Hey everyone, how are y'all? Obsessed for Disneyland, thank you so much for the super sticker. That was very nice of you. Happy Cactus, how are you? Hey White Widow Baby Musical, how are you tonight? Pian Dizzy, how are you? Mar, are you feeling any better? Hey Sybil, how are you? Hey Stone Gator. Hey Hoping for Answers, how are you? Hey Michelle. Bethea, how are you? Hey Big Al, how are you tonight? Mar, it's good to see you too, honey. And I'm sorry that I'm late, but Troll and my son were late getting home. So I had to wait for them to get back. But they, is it something that you need to email me about? Hey Teresa, how are you? You are forgiven. Bethea, what am I forgiven for? Happy Cactus. I don't know. Seems like a lot of people just went crazy. And Zach, how are you? Hey RT, how are you? Oh, Bethea, because I was late. Well, technically, it wasn't my fault. It wasn't really Troll or my son's fault. It was some people that my son was dealing with at work. Marissa, how are you? Hey, Brad, how are you? I watched the first half of the game, and then after that, I was over it. Hey, Tammy, how are you? Hey, Vapor, how are you tonight? Hey, Crime Sleuthin. A lot of people didn't want to watch it. Like I said, I watched the first half. That's I was over it at that point. Hoping for answers, I'm not either. Like I used to watch games and all that, but like it just not into football anymore. Okay, so is Nightbot not working? I mean, I watch some things. I just football ain't one of them. Okay, so now we're pinning the email to the top of the chat. Hey Judy, how are you? Yeah, Nightbot seems to be a little slow tonight for some reason. All right, y'all. So I've got 4 different cases that I want to talk about. One of them, of course, is going to be Brian. And some stuff that I had found yesterday on him. Uh, then a little bit on the Nicola Bully stuff. Basically, just the latest on her. But there was 2 other ones that I come across today. One of them is, what is the lady's name? Hold on, let me grab my notes. Okay, so one of the ladies' names is Felina Hopkins. She's uh, a romance novelist, and she's gone missing. So we're gonna go over her, and then there is a case out of South Louisiana that I want to go over involving a 2-year-old little kid. Mar, there, yeah, they put fences around the house, all the way around it. It's like probably 3 to 4 foot out from around the house, all the way around it. Because they turned it over to the owners. Was it February the 1st or 2nd? And so now there's no security there. The cops aren't sitting there and all that. Stonegator, this one is from St. Bernard Parish. This one just happened here not long ago. Hey, Jay, how are you? B, how are you? All right. Just rode up against the house towards the back and around the balcony. It's crazy because it only made it easier for someone. Hey, Renee, how are you? I mean, yeah, there's no security there. The police are no longer there. It's back in possession of the owner. I mean, anybody can just sneak up there late at night and break in if they want to and go all through it. See you too. How are you? And B, yes, I'm doing good. Thank you. Hey, Annie C, how are you? The Nicola Bully. I don't understand what happened to this lady, y'all. Like, she's out there. She drops her kids off at school that morning. She goes on a walk with her little dog that she's went on many other times before. She calls into her. They had a Teams meeting for the company that she works for, and apparently she goes missing before the meeting is over with because once it was done, her phone is still logged into it. Her phone and her dog is found, but she's nowhere to be found. And there's no trace of her. But there was something that came out. A witness had came forward and said that he had seen these 2 guys like the day before she went missing that was acting strange around the church that was right down from there. Mortgage broker and someone wanted to get her for a mortgage that she didn't approve. I don't know, musical. I know that her partner, he doesn't believe that she was in the water. They've done searched the water where the bench is, but now they've done moved downstream to where it goes into the out into the sea. Philly Maniac, how are you? Okay, and it might help if I put my chat on live chat. I don't know why it keeps jumping off of top chat or off of live chat to top chat. All right, so let me grab my first stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and get all this Brian Kohlberger stuff out of the way, and then we'll move on to this other. Big Al, I don't know why it's doing it. It did it a few times after they did the whole update thing, and then there for a while it was working fine, and now it's acting up again. I don't understand why it's doing it. But it's irritating because if it's not on the live chat, I can't see everybody's comments. All right, let me get this pulled up here real quick. Now it's being said that Kaylee had a Bluetooth speaker in her room. And they're wondering if maybe it recorded everything. See too much to censor right now on YouTube. They're losing ground and making a mess. I just wish they would quit doing the updates. It's, if it's not broken, why mess with it? Hey, Cool Gamer, how are you? Oh, Tammy, they said it was on? Oh, wow. I wonder if they can get anything out of it. Yeah, Happy Cactus, I'm like seriously over it. Hey, Jessica Lynn, how are you? Blues hockey fan, how are you? All right. And I'm also going to do panel tonight, so if anybody wants to come up, y'all are more than welcome to. Don't really have a certain topic for tonight. Just, I figured a lot of people would have been worried about watching the game and who won it and all this and that and celebrating that. And there really isn't anything new out, let it be in the weekend. So, anybody wants to come up and discuss anything, you are more than welcome to. Hey, King Scarlet, how are you? Probably put a fence up so the renters can feel safer besides trying to keep people out. I wonder if they're going to rent it. There's just going to be an eerie feeling if they do, and for the people who's living in that house. All right, y'all. So let me get this going for y'all. And this is almost 7 minutes long, so I'm gonna mute out while it's playing. But it's talking about the Bluetooth speaker that Kaylee had in her room.
Kaylee's dog, on the other hand, Murphy, was put into Kaylee's room, most likely by the killer, and closed into that room and discovered there by the police. So our source, who has intimate knowledge of this investigation, told us about this Bluetooth speaker. And if you do some of the digital math, if Brian Kohlberger took his phone into that house, and he very well may have, if he's the killer, he may have thought himself so darn clever that just putting it on airplane mode would mask everything, shut off every single digital piece of footprint. It's on airplane mode. Nobody can see me now. Unless, of course, it reached out to a Bluetooth device, if there were a Bluetooth device nearby, which now we know there was. So I've got a lot of reporting on that, and I've got an expert who's going to walk you through all the steps of why that may or may not work. But the key here is may. It just may. So that's just one more critical piece of a prosecution's case. Because if you lose one and you only have one, you may lose it all. Bloody glove. If it don't fit, you must acquit. All sorts of stuff like that happens in a case. The most critical piece of evidence can be denigrated, and a jury can be convinced maybe not reasonably, but they can be convinced that it's not good evidence. So the more the merrier, you might say. A couple of things that you should know as well. There's something called a handshake that devices actually give out. And when you put your device on airplane mode, it doesn't mean you can't connect to Bluetooth. You're not going to reach out to the Wi-Fi. You're not going to reach out to the cell towers, but you can reach out to Bluetooth, and you might not even know it's happening. So if Kohberger were driving around in that Elantra, switching it to airplane mode as he got out of Pullman, and felt as though it was still in airplane mode as he pulled into Moscow, and still in airplane mode, perhaps in his hip pocket as he walked into that house, we got news for you. There's action. Those things actually don't stay dormant. And here's something critical. Early in this investigation, in the first, week plus, when we were still getting public news conferences, the Northwest Public Broadcasting reporter named Lauren Patterson was sitting in the press corps, and she asked a question of the authorities who were conducting the news conference. And man, oh man, did that girl have insight to ask a clever question. Have a look.
Curious if the Wi-Fi hotspot has been tapped at all. It's possible if the suspect had their phone on them, it may have pinged off the Wi-Fi in the residence. Has that been checked on at all?
As I stated, our investigation is looking at every avenue of every piece of evidence that we can.
Every avenue of every piece of evidence. Okay, I get it. They're not going to say it there. And they didn't say it for 4 months. But now we know. Source close to the investigation saying a Bluetooth speaker was discovered by the police in Kaylee's room. I want to bring in our senior national correspondent, Brian Enton, on this. Brian, there's so little that we know about the actual investigative pieces inside the house. We have the affidavits. We have a brief narrative, like a little tippy top of the mountain, right? Affidavits are giant. There's so much that could be in them. But the probable cause doesn't have to be, right? You can just give enough to get an arrest. You don't have to give the whole narrative. That's for trial. That's for later. So the fact that we know that there's this device mere feet from where these girls were killed, from where that killer walked, and probably even closer because that's where Murphy was closed in. It's a significant piece of the puzzle.
It is. It's really interesting, Ashley. I've been hanging on your every word. And it's interesting, while you were explaining it all, I pulled my phone out, and because I thought to myself when you first started talking about it, I'm like, oh, you just put your phone on airplane mode. He probably did that, allegedly, because police say that he did that in other instances with his phone. So I put my phone on airplane mode sitting right here, and I'm no expert, but I noticed the Bluetooth stayed on. The Bluetooth stayed on, which made sense because when I go on the plane and I put my phone on airplane mode, I can still use my AirPods. So yes, this could be really, really significant. And you make a good point. I mean, just because it's not in any of the paperwork we've seen so far, they only really had to put the bare minimum in some of that paperwork. And the FBI was out there. We saw them every day. And they would be the ones probably going and trying to match up some of these devices. So it's really interesting.
So here's the thing. We now know for sure that Kaylee had a Bluetooth speaker in her room. But we can also surmise, because these are students, these are university students, they've got laptops and printers and keyboards and mouses, and many of those are also Bluetooth devices. But that's just the tip of the iceberg too. There's so many more things in a home that could be Bluetooth friendly to a handshake.
Yeah, if you think about your own house, I mean, there's a ton of things with Bluetooth. We have a list we're going to go through and show you. Pull it up here. I have it on my phone. I wrote them out. AirPods, keyboards, computer mice, wireless headsets, laptops, iPads, tablets, Kindles, computer printers, smartphones, of course, because they have AirDrop, Apple Watches, TVs, speakers, cable boxes, video game controllers, washers, dryers, refrigerators. I mean, if you've got one of these souped up new appliances, they've even got Bluetooth, and even air conditioners and purifiers. So it might not just be the Bluetooth speaker. I mean, you've confirmed the Bluetooth speaker, Ashley, but there may be way more.
There could be. And the issue, I think, is for so many of us, especially people over a certain age, is that you actually don't remember what you leave enabled. and what you don't. And there are, certain settings on Bluetooth, like you just said, you flicked it on and it was on, and you may not
Yeah.
even have remembered. And that's a key piece of this. It has to be on, but how do we remember out of the dozens of things in our homes what we've left on and what we've turned off?
Yeah, and can you imagine if they connect Koberger, if his phone connected to several of these devices? I mean, that would be huge.
Thank you for watching. Go to news.
Okay. Okay, thank you, B. I just wanted to make sure. I didn't think to ask whenever I first started it. Let's see. Didn't know they turned the house over to. They had arranged to have the house cleaned by a professional company, but it didn't sound like that was done before turning. I haven't heard anything about a company coming in and cleaning it. Just that it was supposed to be turned over. It was either February the 1st or the 2nd. That it was supposed to be turned back over to the owner of the house. Hey, Sweet Pickles, how are you? See, your phone just automatically connect to people's stuff when you go to their house. Now you have to like physically sign into stuff like that. You have to tell them connect. Emery, you doing okay tonight? Okay. So this part of all of this is that maybe more safety measures could have saved them all. Yeah. And I did have a question for y'all. Okay, so we know that Brian had been around the house 12 times, they claim. And Emery, I'm doing good, thank you. Hey, Protected, how are you? So we know he's been there 12 times. I haven't heard of any dates that they've released that he was there. But I'm curious if from the time that Kaylee went home and however long it was she was there, she got her new card, she came back for that last weekend. I wonder if Brian had came around the house during the time that Kaylee wasn't there. Because obviously she had posted on social media that she was back. There was a picture she took the day before the murders of the whole group, all the girls with Ethan. Hey, Cheryl, how are you? So people knew she was back in town. Plus, she was seen at the formal thing that she went to with Dylan the night before. It was also said that they had a party at the house the night before. So a lot of people knew she was back in town, even if it was just for a few days. But I'm wondering if he was there during the time that Kaylee wasn't there. Sifa, how are you? Hey, Dan, how are you? Oh my gosh, y'all, my chat. Sifa, I'm doing good, thank you. So anyways, so that was just something that I was thinking about earlier today. I wish they would have, like given some of the dates that he was that he was around the house. William, how are you? Dan, I'm just going over some stuff with Brian Koberger. I'm going to do a few things, talk about Nicola Bully. And then there's a case of a lady. She's actually an author. Her name is Felina Hopkins. She ended up getting arrested January 27th. She got out of jail on January the 30th, and as soon as she walks out of jail, she literally goes missing. Nobody's seen her, heard from her, and that happened in Jackson, Wyoming, which, if y'all followed the Gabby Petito case, it was in that area. And then there is a missing 2-year-old out of South Louisiana that just happened here recently too that I want to go over. American Princess, how are you? Hey, Nanny, how are you? The Post Office Prince, the author's name, her name is Felina Hopkins. She's 52 years old. She was arrested in Jackson, Wyoming. She was at the Grand Teton National Forest and had, for whatever reason, parked in the middle of the road. And law enforcement came through and saw her. And they tried to pull her over and talk to her, I guess, to find out, why she was parked. And she ended up taking off on them and leading them on a 24-mile high-speed chase. And she ended up getting arrested for it. And like I said, she was in there from the January 27th to the January the 30th. And as soon as she was let out of jail, she goes missing. Actually had a good day. That doesn't happen too often. And Cheryl, I'm glad to hear, honey, that you had a good day today. You've been so busy. Dan, that is perfectly fine. Thank you for coming and hanging out with us tonight. Yeah, Cheryl, she led him on a 24-mile high-speed chase. And they finally caught up with her and arrested her. Thank you, William. Okay, so I want to read this real quick. It was like 2 or 3 things that I grabbed for Brian's stuff from yesterday. And then I ended up not going live last night, so I just saved it. Hey, Pam, how are you? See, Drew says he still thinks that Brian had help. Drew, you mean that Kopaka and Creepy Neighbor helped him, or he helped them? I think I work more now being retired. All right, y'all, let me grab this real quick. He brought me for lunch, found an air genie, bought a homeless girl a coffee. Oh, Cheryl, that was really nice. All right, y'all, let me stop because I'm just going to play or read this article. Sifa, have a good night. Okay, let me check something here real quick. Oh, why do they not put how long a video is? Okay, so I'm just going to read this one real quick. And it's a News Nation article, and they was just curious, did first responders contaminate the Idaho murder scene? Because they're claiming that the first responders that was involved in the Idaho murder case were not wearing protective footwear. Once again, a source has revealed this to News Nation. And it says that when first responders got to the house, they may attract snow melting chemicals into the home, potentially disrupting the retrieval of footprint evidence. And then it says forensic scientist Larry Kobalinski told Banfield on Friday that it is common at crime scenes. I didn't know it was common to not wear something on your feet whenever you go in to look at a crime scene. But he says that they're trained, the first responders, they're trained to save lives. They're not trained to do crime scene work, but it still seems like they would have made them put something on at a place like that. I think it was Enan, Brent, and Brian. Cheryl, you think that it was all three of them that had something to do with it? The others. I do that a lot, so I haven't seen since 2000. Oh wow, Cheryl. Dan, no, there's nothing new on Kylie's case either. Judy, yes, Crime Crazy's here. She's just under a different name right now. Okay, Brian drove, Brent did it, Enon was the lookout. Okay, so Stevie, let me get your opinion on this then, since your opinion is that maybe Brian drove, Brent did it, Enon was the lookout. Do you think that Brian and or Enon had anything to do with what happened to Brent? Okay, B. Oh my gosh, I don't know what's up with my phone. Maybe this will work now. All right, y'all. Legislature channel is wrong. Okay, y'all. So if y'all haven't subbed up to Mars House, there is the link to her YouTube channel. Evidence shows he specifically targeted the people he killed. He went second to third floor. On his way back down, he bypassed both kitchen exit along with this bedroom a second time to navigate. So King Scarlet, you think that he knew exactly what he was going in the house to do? Who he was going after then, right? Mara, you're welcome. Maybe they went through to steal drugs at first. Harsh has stealing and other. Yeah, he actually got in trouble for stealing another guy's stuff. It was him and two other friends that actually got in trouble for it. All right, y'all. I'm going to play this real quick. Hopefully it works.
Can be a little chaotic. And so if you've ever been at a crime scene early in the situation, it can be a little frantic, it can be a little chaotic, and there can be survivors, people who are injured, people who need saving. There can also be bad guys still lurking either in the crime scene or around the crime scene. And for that reason, there are priorities. Right? Priority is we got to make sure people are safe. We got to get people out of there. We got to make sure someone isn't going to be further harmed, hurt, or die. Priority one. Priority two is we got to catch the guy, right? Priority three is preserve the evidence. That's just the way it goes. And that should be the way it goes, right? You got to save people first. And then you got to catch the guy second to save more people. And then you got to make sure if you don't have the guy, you eventually get the guy and you keep the guy behind bars, preserving the evidence. So with that said, I got a little bit more exclusive reporting I want to give your way. It's important you have that context. And again, this comes from sourcing close to the investigation, that the first responders who responded to 1122 King Road on that horrible overnight morning incident in November 13th, they were not wearing protective footwear, booties, right? Probably normal. If you think about what first responders do, they save lives. They don't go in to investigate crime scenes. They go in to save lives. And they're in a hurry. And evidence gathering and preservation is not their bailiwick, just isn't. They save lives. And so when the first responders, according to our sourcing, got to the house, they encountered a chaotic situation and were unclear as to exactly who might be still alive or whether there was a danger still lurking. And they went in fast. And for that reason, they tracked snow melting chemicals in from the driveway and parking lot into the home and thereby potentially disrupted the retrieval of footprint evidence. So I want to bring in Larry Kublinski, who is a forensic scientist, professor emeritus of forensic science at John Jay College of Criminal Justice, and one of the smartest guys I work with on a typical day in this business. Okay, Doc. So this is not uncommon. As sad and frustrating as it feels, this is kind of Tuesday in crime fighting and the processing of a scene, isn't it?
Absolutely. Ashley, you explained it very, very clearly and very well. The first responders are usually police officers or firefighters or EMTs, and they're trained to save lives, to protect the living, and to make sure that if people need medical help, they get it. They're not trained to do crime scene work. They don't come with the paraphernalia that crime scene people have, like the booties that you described, the head protection, the gloves that they wear, or the Tyvek protective outfits that crime scene people use. So they're not really there to, to do crime scene work. However, the first responder is really supposed to cordon off the scene and protect it from unauthorized entry. This is a big, big problem of people that go into a crime scene because they're police officers, they're high-level administrators. They want to see what's going on. They're curious. And the fact of the matter is, the more people you have in the scene, the more likely you're going to have contamination, not just from the first responders, but from people that work in the police department or people in the press. Everybody wants to know what's going on. So in fact, you limit the number of people that go into a crime scene. You document who goes in, who goes out, and the timing for these events that take place. And the most important thing is that the first responders notify the people that have to be there to do the investigation, the evidence collection team, the detectives, maybe the district attorney. That is really the job of a first responder. Once the evidence collection team comes in, they know how to do it right. Of course, they sometimes are confronted, as you pointed out, with contaminated evidence.
But it's par for the course in this business. You just can't have a frantic scene without people making sure lives are saved first. And maybe there is a footprint that isn't perfect or is gone, or maybe there are these melting chemicals that tracked into the house. But they did say they've got one latent footprint that was discovered with a blood sourcing chemical compound. So Larry Kublinski, thank you. Happy Friday. Have a good weekend, my friend.
Okay. All right, Judy, I'm fixing to bring you up. All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, how are you?
Yeah, I'm great. You?
I'm doing all right. If I could get rid of the sore throat and allergies, I'd be doing good.
Well, it's always got to be something, or we wouldn't be alive.
Exactly. It's been crazy, all this weather and hot and cold and all that.
Yeah, I just thought I'd come up and be your sidekick for a little while.
Okay.
Some of those names you said that you're going to discuss is nothing I've heard about yet. So,
yeah, these have just recently came out. Well, I know there is another YouTuber. I can't remember her name. That's where I heard about the Felina Hopkins lady. That's Judy dropped down. Hold on, let me grab a link for her. Give me just a second, y'all. Okay. All right, Judy, I put the link back in the chat for you. right. So anyway, yeah, the Felina Hopkins lady, I first saw her story today. It was on I can't remember the other creator's name that was talking about it, and I got to looking into it. Judy, I just dropped it. It's right above your comment. And anyway, so I thought that her her case was interesting. Like I said earlier, it happened right in the same area where they found Gabby Petito when she was missing. Okay. All right, I'm gonna give Judy a second. Let me heard about a church getting cease and desist about. No, Drew, I haven't heard that. Nana, how are you? All right, we're gonna give Judy a second to get back up here. One second, y'all. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead while we're waiting on her, I'm gonna grab my next thing here. If I can find it. Oh, wait, that's the one I done went over. Heard someone try to grab a kid out of a shopping cart. Where'd that happen at, Cheryl? Hey, Susie, how are you? She said, oh, well, Drew, no, I haven't heard that. All right, Judy, I'm bringing you back up. Okay, can you
Hello.
hear me?
Yep, it was my
Okay.
fault. I hit the wrong button and went to Never Never Land.
Oh, okay. All right. So yeah, anyway, the Felina Hopkins lady. Hey,
Mm-hmm.
Aura, how are you? She was, for whatever reason, had stopped in the middle of the road. And she was in the Grand Teton um, National Forest, which is up around Jackson, Wyoming. That's where they had found Gabby Petito, and law enforcement came along and they saw her, and she ended up running from them. She actually let them on a. Okay, I'm getting an echo.
Yeah, give me a second.
Okay.
Okay, now you won't.
Okay. So anyways, she ended up leading the police on like a 24-mile high-speed chase. And they arrested her on the 27th of January. They let her out on the 30th of January. And as soon as she was let out of jail, she went missing. Nobody's seen her, heard from her. They haven't talked to her. They have no idea where she went. She didn't take her car, nothing. She just disappeared. And so they don't know if maybe while she was in jail, if she called somebody to come pick her up, if she just walked away, or if somebody abducted her.
Can I say something?
Sure. Go ahead.
Are they having a contest this year on who can get the most confusing missing people?
I don't know. It's the cases this year has just been.
It's like they're going out of their way to outdo each other.
Right. I don't know what's going on.
Pretty
But-
quick, they're going to fry my brain, you know.
I just thought it was interesting because it was, in the area of where Gabby Petito was found. And,
Absolutely.
she was found, was it the Bridger Teton National Forest? I think was where she was found. Yes, the Bridger Teton National Forest, which is right there close to it. But that's what caught my eye. Plus she's a romance novelist. I haven't looked up any of her books, but when I was searching her name, a few of them popped up. I did see there was some, YouTube videos from like several years ago. People, were talking about her and all that. I'll go ahead and let me grab her picture and I'm gonna pull it up here.
Well, you are one of the best sleuthers that I know, so I'm sure.
Well, thank you. Let's see. Let me grab her picture and there isn't a whole lot of information out on her case right now. Just that, if anybody sees her, to call the Jackson Police Department or the Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigations. Other than that, there's really nothing out because it's such a newer case. All right. Okay.
Well, you do you.
Mm.
You'll have a notebook before it's over with.
Oh yeah, I still got to get another one.
You still got to go back and read your first ones. You promised you would do.
I know. I have them put up in a box. So I have to go back and dig them all out and go back over it and all that good stuff.
Whatever.
Let's see. They said 30 years ago there would be no more missing people and kids. So yeah, this is Felina Hopkins. She's 52. Like I said, she's been missing since January the 30th. From Jackson, Wyoming. It just in my notes I wrote down, like I said, she was arrested on the 27th after officers in Grand Teton National Park saw her parked in the road. I have no idea what she was doing in the road. They never put that in there. I don't know if the officers ever found out, or maybe she had just parked there, was looking at something, taking pictures, who knows. But she ended up leading the police on a 24-mile high-speed chase, and then they ended up arresting her after they had to deploy spike strips to deflate her tires.
She was cooperative.
Right, yeah. She wanted to go 24 more miles before she let them catch her. You can email details later tonight. Okay, Sybil, that's fine. So anyway, it just says that she was last seen January the 30th in Jackson, Wyoming, and it was the same day that the chief U.S. Magistrate Judge Kelly Rankin had released her from the Teton County Jail. And like I said, as soon as she walked out of the jail, she wasn't seen again. Now, I would assume that the jail has cameras on the, sure on the inside, but also on the outside. But they never mentioned seeing her walk out. They never mentioned, seeing somebody pick her up, seeing somebody grab her.
So what you're saying is that it was said that she was released and left, but there's no physical evidence of that?
Exactly.
So she could still be in the jail?
Well, I wouldn't say that she's being held in the jail as an inmate, because it does say that she was released from the jail that day by the judge. But I'm wondering if something else happened, and that's why nobody knows where she's at. And she didn't have her car or anything like that. She just, it's basically like she walked out of the jail and she just vanished. Marissa, that's what I was thinking. Maybe that could have happened between the time that the judge released her and she would have walked out of the jail. But she is due back in federal court at 10 a.m. on February the 28th for her arraignment. So she's supposed to be back.
Should you warn make a phone call to the judge people and warn them that she may not be there?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So I would think that they would have had cameras on the outside of the jail.
Yes.
And they would have seen her walk out. Now, I don't know if she had her phone with her. They didn't
Depends
say.
where the damn cameras are pointed at.
Mm-hmm.
But what you're saying, yes, that's pretty much standard.
Right. I mean, there should have been, they should have called her on some camera.
Oh, absolutely.
if she would have walked out, but they didn't say she had her phone with her or not. So she might have just walked out the jail and made a phone call and had somebody to come pick her up, and she
Now,
just
wait a minute. Was she in jail?
yeah, she was in jail from the 27th of January until the
Well, her
30th of
cell phone
January.
wasn't charged then.
So I don't
You know
know.
you know what I'm saying? If she had
Right.
it on her and they took it as contraband, but we'll give it to you when you leave, say.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah,
The
because that would
odds
have
of that
been
phone
3
being
days.
charged. Huh?
Yeah. I said that she was in there for 3 days.
Well, I'm just saying that's a possibility.
Right.
I have no information to base that on.
Hold on. Let me put her name in the chat for you, Sybil, because it's the spelling of her first name. Okay. I want to say her middle name is Marie, I believe, Felina Marie Hopkins. And she's 52. Like I said, she writes romance novels. I don't know if maybe I know that there was also a thing where she had trademarked the word cocky because she uses the word cocky in a lot of her titles for her books. And a lot of the authors, I guess, that she knows or maybe that does the same type of writings and stuff, they ended up protesting the trademark and she ended up dropping it. So I don't know if that had anything to do with it, if she's had trouble with other authors. Like I said, several years ago, there are YouTube videos where some creators were talking about her. And I still can't remember the lady's name that I saw was talking about it today, about her case. And I believe that lady is also a writer. Yes, Sybil, it did say, let me see if I saved that. Yeah, I don't think I did.
Why was she at jail?
Because she led the police on a 24-mile.
Oh, that's right. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Just had a senior moment there.
Yeah, she ended up. I don't know why she was stopped in the middle of the road. I'm sure she, would have just talked to the cops whenever they pulled up.
Well,
They
Drew is
probably
asking you what she was in jail for.
okay.
So you might have a few people. Oh yeah, your numbers are up there. So you probably got people in here don't know.
Yeah, that's what it was. They had arrested her because she led them on a 24-mile high-speed chase, and they had to throw the spike strips out to stop her. Like I said, I don't know what she was doing. I'm sure maybe if she wasn't doing anything illegal, maybe just talking to the police and then they would have let her go or maybe gave her a ticket, but then she had a run from them. And that's what landed her in jail.
That's a good example
no,
of
it's
putting
fine.
kerosene on the fire.
Exactly. So
yeah, the cops
I thought it was
stop me,
interesting.
so I think I'm just going to go faster.
Just run. I mean, especially if she wasn't doing anything wrong. She could have just been stopped it is a tourist spot up there. She could have just been stopping to take a picture of.
Oh my God!
Area.
I think, like I said, I think they're all in a competition to see who can have the funniest or the strangest missing person case of the year.
Right.
Damn.
Yeah. It's just weird how she was in jail. Judge lets her out. And then, boom, she's gone.
Well, she put herself in jail as an idiot. Maybe when she walked out, she did something that was equal to that.
Yeah. I don't know. I just hope that they find her and she's not in any kind of danger. Maybe she just walked away on her own.
Maybe she cracked up.
I don't know.
And she needs help.
She may.
Sort of. You know what I'm trying to say.
Right. Yeah. Marissa, you saw her book titles. I did look at, when I was searching for an image of her so I could show y'all. I did see some of her book titles. They all have the word cocky in it. And based off of the type of books that she writes. And like I said, she even trademarked the word, and a lot of people ended up protesting it, and she ended up dropping it. So I don't know if by that people were having issues with her back then or what the deal is. She could have been meeting somebody up there. I mean, it's a national forest. There's probably not a lot of traffic, and she could have been up there to do something illegal. And I don't know if that's true. I'm just speculating at this point, but she could have been up
Well,
there to do something illegal, and that's the reason why she ran.
well, one thing we know is putting this puzzle together, you don't even have the corner pieces yet. So,
Right. We need the body cam footage when they were chasing her, then whenever they arrested her. That's what I need. Nothing. Yeah, Susie, it's
wouldn't
not.
that be on the news?
Mm, I don't know if that would be or not. I don't know if they would have a video of that
I'm just here.
on the news.
I'm just here to play ideas off you.
Let's see. Oh, what I said? Oh, the Grand Teton. I don't even know.
Or even in
Oh wait,
YouTube.
Jackson.
There might be amateur that got that footage.
Yeah, because whenever I went to look her up to see if there was any other creators talking about her. Hey, Turquoise, how are you? Like I said, there was the one lady that I found. I do believe she is a writer herself, because she was talking about some other authors that she knew and all this and that. She was actually the only one that was talking about her case and her being missing. Everything else I found was like from way back. So I don't know if anybody else, just don't know about it yet, but it caught my eye because of the whole Grand Teton thing.
Well, like I said, maybe an amateur YouTuber, maybe you'll get lucky and put that into YouTube and that'll pop up. Or they did make not a movie, but a tape, a video of the chase because of the nature of it. And that one's going to be harder to get.
Right. Let's see. There are a few articles about it. But I don't even see anything as far as her, leading the police on a chase or anything.
I got to ask you this. You know I do, right?
What's up?
You know what the question is, right?
No.
Did you run her in Venmo?
Oh, no, I didn't. I've been slacking with Venmo. Honestly.
But I'm the one that keeps you on it.
Yeah, I didn't even think about it.
If she had activity on it,
Well, let's see. I mean, I would think she would have one. Hey, Sinful Butterfly, how are you? I would think, though, that she would have one just based off of her being, I believe she's an independent romance novelist.
Mm-hmm.
So with her being in that type of work and she's independent, she more than likely would have one. But
well, we can't run her credit card or anything, but that's a quick one, easy one for you.
Right.
You're the queen.
Oh, I love looking up Venmos. You can get a lot of good information off of it. And I don't see one in her name.
Okay. Well, 50-50 chance when you typed it in.
Yeah, I don't see one. It says they couldn't find any matches for that name.
Well, she's not using Venmo. We've just checked off one thing in our investigative box.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't even see one just with her first and middle name. Okay, thank you, White Widow Baby. I do know that she has a YouTube channel, but she doesn't have that many subscribers on it. Let me go back to it.
She will now.
Yeah, once the word starts getting out that she's missing.
Yeah.
Let's see. She's got 465 subs. I don't even know when that account was made either. 2013. So
Well,
it's pretty
It's
old.
so she wasn't trying to make any points on YouTube.
Right. Yeah, and she didn't have I mean, she had some videos on there, but it wasn't a whole lot of videos.
Yeah.
So
Well, I
I'll have
mean,
to go
what's her video going to be on? How to write?
it just may be on her books and stuff like that. I haven't even watched any of them.
I've never heard of her tonight, so you know I haven't.
Yeah. Okay, so what Little Baby says she's not on VSCO either.
See, your mods just jump on this stuff. They're fantastic.
Okay. Somebody asked about her family. Her sister is the one that came out and has brought it up about her missing, and that no one has seen or talked to her, and they're wanting to get the word out that she's missing. And if anybody, comes across her, sees her, knows anything about her whereabouts or anything like that. Lost email husband. Okay, let me check that real quick. Crime Crazy's already got something for me. Okay, let's see. Okay, so oh god, how do you pronounce this last name? Oh, he's younger than her too. His name is Vincent. He's from Illinois. Yeah, Marissa, February the 28th at 10 a.m. She's got to be back in federal court. Let's see. Felina. Okay, so yeah, her middle name is Marie. Oh, she's got a Grass Valley, California address also.
The plot thickens.
Okay. Charges. Okay, so let me go to his charges. I don't care about neighbors, profession, social media. Okay, so he has got an assault in the second degree. That's from 2018. He's got, I think that's the same date, 424. Exceeding posted maximum speed limit. And so that's a speeding.
Well, he's exciting.
I think it's interesting how she has a Grass Valley address also. What is this one? This one doesn't have a charge on it.
You might want to, what is that map? You put in the address and it shows it to you.
Yeah, Google Maps.
Yeah. You might want to Google Maps her properties and see. That might give you a little clue as to.
Okay, so he has charges on here though, but it says not provided by source. Like they didn't even put some of his charges, but he does have an assault charge. So that's interesting. Vehicle offense. Okay. Well, Lee, this dude's got a lot of things he's done. He's got a possession charge. That's all I see.
You're going down a rabbit hole.
Yes. Okay, she is a Jill of all trades. Okay, so let me go over to hers now because I did see where they sent me her stuff. Okay, thank you, White Widow Baby. Oh, wow. She wasn't lying when she said she had us a lot of aliases.
Well, maybe writing. Did she use her own name writing books, or did she use aliases?
She used the Felina Hawkins name.
Oh,
Let's see, she's got addresses from Los Angeles, Atlanta, Georgia, Seattle, New York City, Sherman Oaks, West Hollywood.
Oh, Jesus, thanks. Another honest citizen.
She's got the Grass Valley one, Boise, Idaho, North Carolina, and Wisconsin.
Well, you know what? If she would have just gone a little bit further, she could have charges in all the states.
Yeah. So
Hmm.
that would mean though that she's got ties in she's got ties in all these states in. Like she's got all these have lived in all these different states. So she would have ties to all of them. Let's see. So it shows her husband. It shows her husband. No, that was 2007. Let's see. Her associate, professional. Okay, that was all for her book stuff. And she owns a nice house in Seattle, though. The value of it's $710,000. But
See what I mean?
Yeah, so she's got money, but she don't have a record though. So I don't know if she's, before she got arrested on January the 27th. I wonder if she had anything else on her.
But the point I'm trying to make is if you just a thought for you, I'd like to give you little roads to go down. But if you Googled the house, you can kind of judge a person's, what do you say? You get a different impression of that person if you look at all their houses.
Right. Well, it only shows that she has 2 properties that she owns. One's in Seattle, the other's in Grass Valley. So I'm gonna have to Google those.
Yeah.
Okay. Stonegater, I believe it was her sister and her brother-in-law that had reported her missing.
Yeah, most definitely. What you said before is very accurate. If I was a sister and whatever looking for her, I'd be right up in that superintendent's office saying, I want to see a copy of your cameras proving to me she left the jail.
Exactly.
And she would have the right to do it. And if they refuse to give it to her, any lawyer, a lawyer would know what to file in court or file so that they could, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Maybe because a lot of jails will not give out anything unless it's ordered because you don't want to be volunteering to one and not volunteering to the other. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Right. But I wonder, because these are federal, she was in a federal, no, she would have been in the Grand Teton. What was it? No,
don't matter what jail she's in. Jails got cameras. Okay.
Yeah, and there should be something.
And if they get sued once, they'll find out, and they were right, but they still lost because they couldn't prove it. They'll buy cameras quick.
Right. Teton County is where she was at.
Cameras are there just to keep honest people honest. It's really to keep honest people honest. Because the other people don't give a shit anyway, everywhere you look at it.
Yeah. It don't make sense though how she gets released from jail and she just goes missing.
Yeah, well, that's where it stops. If they know she was there, there's fact number 1. But they can't prove fact number 2 that she left.
Right.
Because the fact she was on the roster made her show up or somehow.
Yeah, and she is on. Let me see if I can find it because I did not screenshot it.
Well, there is really in a lot of jails. There's a checks and balances thing. You know what I mean? You'll definitely have one in the booking area, and wherever you receive your prisoners from, if it's in a garage or whatever, that would be the first camera. If we're not talking about the ones outside. I mean, on the fences and stuff.
Right.
but they would have one wherever they received the inmate, and they would have one in the booking area, and maybe proving that medical had been in, checking out if there's diabetic or something, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so that's all recorded because that's where a lot of lawsuits are. So they cover themselves with having cameras.
Okay. All right. So she is on the Wyoming Missing Persons page. And it just says here, I don't know if y'all can see that very good. It's just Felina Marie Hopkins, age 52, was last seen in Jackson, Wyoming on January the 30th. She is a white female, approximately 5'7", 135 pounds, green eyes, blonde hair. She has an infinity symbol on her left wrist, follow all instincts on her right wrist, a lion face on her left shoulder, and a hummingbird on her right ankle. So anyone with information or have contact with Felina is requested to contact the Jackson Police Department. It has a number, and then you could also call the Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigations, and it has their number.
Well, they were very accurate on the body. I mean, I don't mean body as in gone. I mean the identifying marks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all over tattoos and stuff like that.
Right. Well, I don't know. Like I said, I really think on this one, a couple corner pieces to the puzzle is missing on the edges you're doing. And I think give it a day or two.
Yeah, hopefully something will come up, and or more people will start talking about it. Maybe the sister and the brother-in-law will come out and give more information.
Yeah.
Why she was in that area. What, do they know why she was stopped in the middle of the road? Was she supposed to be meeting someone? Was she just in the area for vacation? Like, why was she even in the area?
I don't know. The whole thing is weird.
Right.
We got people in here.
Yeah. Stone Gator and Philly. Can y'all hear us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
Hey, how are y'all?
good.
Good.
Scarlett, do you need me to leave because you got people in here?
No, you can stay up here.
All right.
Yeah, there's plenty of room.
Well, they can talk.
All right, so how are y'all?
Good.
Good. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
All right, Stone Gator, go ahead.
Whenever y'all are saying, I wonder if they have her on cameras leaving, are you talking about leaving the building, or are you talking about leaving the property?
Both.
Yeah, either one, because they haven't even said if they have her even walking out of the building, like physically walking through the door to outside. They haven't even said that. She just literally, the judge releases her, and then she's never seen again or heard from or anything like that.
Well, she was released from a
Right.
facility.
Right.
Once they release her, they don't know how she's leaving, how she's getting to wherever she's going, or wherever she's going.
Right.
So, like, once they release her, they don't give a shit what happens to you or where you go.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're not even their responsibility at that point.
But you said once they released her, and there's no proof. There's no proof yet on camera that she left.
Yeah,
I'm talking about releasing her on paper.
Yeah, just all it says was that she went before the chief U.S. Magistrate Judge Kelly Rankin, and she released her from the Teton County Jail.
Okay, well, I promise you, she went back to the jail. They released her. She got her stuff, and she walked out the door. Now, what happened after that? I have no idea.
Yeah,
I'm assuming something happened on her way off the property. But she's an author, so she could have just gone away to be out of jail, away into her own secluded little place to write.
Right.
We don't know where she was going when she got arrested. Maybe she was running to the same place she ran to when she got arrested. Like there's so many things, but I definitely do believe if she was released and there's a release date from that facility, she walked out them doors because it's like she has to be seen walking out those doors because she can't just walk out by herself. If you
Right.
know what I mean. Like they
Mhm.
have to unlock the door for her to be able to get into the lobby for her to walk out. So it's not like
Right.
they just, you know what I mean? Like that's all, yeah, definitely under surveillance. And I only know this from, picking up my ex.
Mhm.
But they
Yeah.
should, how long she's been gone for?
Since January the 30th.
That facility, what's the terrain around it? Is it just grass? Is it woods? I don't know that, is it mountainous?
Probably mountainous. It's in the Grand Teton National
The
Forest.
jail?
Let me see. I gotta go to pull up maps
I'm just
so I
wondering if
can.
it's like, I don't know if it's like a wooded area or if it's like desert area or.
Okay, hold on. I'm pulling it up now. See if I can find it. Okay, I gotta find the jail on the map now. Because Jackson Malmey's not a very big place. Like it's like a small little town, but it's literally sitting in the mountains.
Where's Jackson Law? I'm just curious.
Wyoming, I think she said. Utah,
Wyoming.
Wyoming.
It's in Wyoming.
Okay.
Yeah, it's right. It's not far from. Hold on, I'm trying to zoom out here so I can see where I'm at. It's not far from the Idaho border.
Oh man, so it almost always comes back to Idaho in some kind of
Right.
way
Well, I mean,
recently.
this is the same place that they found Gabby Petito. Just a little bit north of Jackson is where they found her at.
No shit. Wow.
This is why I'm asking Scarlett because I don't know if she was on drugs. I'm just speculating here, in my opinion, allegedly.
Uh-huh.
If she was on drugs and she got something from an inmate in there to bring out with her to do, that's why I was wondering the terrain around the facility because if she did leave and then like take something, maybe, her body could possibly be hidden somewhere around the facility or, you know what I mean?
Yeah, what is that background noise? Do y'all hear that?
Sounds like
Oh,
somebody
I'm
eating potato
sorry.
chips.
I'm sorry. That was me.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I
Let's see if I
forgot.
can find it. It shouldn't be that hard to find it. Let me get the address. Hold on, I'm just gonna get the address for the Teton County Jail. That way I don't have to try to search all over the
While you're doing that, the
uh
the Twitter picture that you put online a couple days ago of Gabby Petito's face, like
uh
how did the cops seriously not see what was done to her face? Like I
yeah, they actually pointed out that I forgot exactly, like I don't remember verbatim what they had said, but something was mentioned while she was talking to the cops about blood on her forehead. And they also did see the scratch that was on her cheek. Like she showed them that. But Brian also had marks on him, and she admitted to slapping him.
Biting him.
And I think that's what.
but like if you think about like realistically, like the cops saw a couple scratches on the guy
Mhm.
and they saw blood and scratches on her.
Yeah, the
It
cops. didn't do their
Yeah,
job at all.
exactly. Yeah.
They would have
And
had to arrest both of them, and apparently they just made a decision to separate instead of probably getting arrested, and that's what happened. But
But it was her house.
yeah, she owned the van. Okay, wait, this is the
I
jail?
but what does that matter that she owned the van? I mean,
Wait, what am I doing? Oh,
the
I'm
the
pulling.
woman has marks all over her face. Like that,
Yeah, his
it
ass should have
doesn't
went to
even
jail.
matter. Exactly. It doesn't even matter if he has marks on his face.
Yeah, he should have for sure went to jail. Okay, so this is the jail right here.
The
So
red
it's
one?
yeah,
That's a
there's
jail?
yeah, there's the this
it's
is
a
the
small county.
yeah, it's not a very big place. Jackson, Wyoming is like super small, but this is the sheriff's department, and then there's the jail. Okay, let me write down what this address is so I don't forget. Jail. So, I mean, it's it's in the middle of town, really, but all the way around this little town, it's nothing but it's all mountains and stuff like
Oh
that.
yeah.
You hear a lot of phone calls,
So,
usually in booking when you're leaving and being out processed. Maybe if they let that happen, maybe there was somebody waiting for her.
I bet you she hitchhiked.
yeah.
I didn't even believe that's still possible.
People hitchhike.
Wow.
Yeah, allegedly, Brian Laundrie hitchhiked from where they were camping out, him and Gabby. He actually hitchhiked from the van up north of there to like this little rest stop. Called his mama, took a shower and all this and that, and then hitchhiked back to the van and then left in the van and went back to Florida. And I'm sure her car was probably towed because she ran from the police and they had to deploy the spike strip, and she hit those and all the tires went flat. So I'm pretty sure they
put that in a compound.
Yeah, they towed that away. So she didn't have her car. I'm sure she had her cell phone with her, but like Judy said, more than likely it wasn't still charged.
Unless they powered it off.
Yeah, and it could have been charged maybe enough for her to call somebody, but her sister doesn't know where she's at. So apparently she didn't call her sister.
That's what I want to ask you. When is the last time her sister had contact with her? Like, do we know who she had contact with while she was in jail?
No. Just that her sister hasn't talked to her. All that was said was that the sister and the brother-in-law have not talked to her since she got out of jail. They don't have a clue where she's at or anything else.
Sometimes telephones in a jail are all recorded. The only ones you can't record are lawyers' phones.
Yeah, they're all recorded. They only really listen to them if you have a high profile case or if they're in the middle of your case trying to catch you.
Right, or unless something's come up that they need to check on, but normally they don't. I mean, do you know that it pays somebody a lot of money an hour just to listen to phone calls?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll take that job.
Yeah, I would too, because I know what they get paid.
Right.
I mean, hell, they go through every single piece of paper. Nowadays, they take the letters, scan them, or copy them, and the inmates don't even get the originals, even pictures.
Yeah, they give it the copies to them.
Wait a minute now. Wait just a minute. You cannot stop the mail from getting to that inmate. That's illegal. Unless
They're
a crime.
copying. They're not giving the originals like we send. They're giving them copies of their mail.
Yeah, they'll open it and do a copy because it keeps the drugs and everything, contraband and all that, from getting in the jail like that.
I'd still like that job.
I actually watched that. Oh, it's some show I was watching the other day, and it was talking about that there's 4 4 people that work at this jail. I forgot where the jail was. I want to say it was somewhere in Texas. And there's like 4 of them that all they do all day long is go through the inmates' mail. That's all their job is.
Well, you
Hey,
Can I ask a side question?
sure.
I'm just curious because I haven't paid as much attention in the last week or so. That guy in Connecticut or Rhode Island, the
Which
guy
guy?
that supposedly murdered his wife and cut up her body and everything.
Oh, Massachusetts.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Right?
Yeah, Massachusetts.
That is right. It is Massachusetts.
Is there anything new with that or no information?
I have no idea because I haven't been keeping up with that one.
Okay.
Does anybody in chat know the Walsh case? If there's anything new on
Walsh.
it?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Oh no, you're good. Scott Ash, how are you? Hey, Autoflower. Yeah, I haven't even kept up with that one, honestly.
Is it me or is there so many cases to try to keep up with?
There's a lot. And like I haven't even been keeping up with the Murdoch case.
Yeah, I tried watching. I watched a few days of the live trial,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know. Trying to watch the court cases on live TV is kind of boring, but
Right. I think the last time I watched it, I had flipped it on there, and it was when they were doing the evidentiary part of the trial, and they didn't have the jury in there, and they were going over his financial issues to try to prove that that's a motive for him killing his wife and son. And I listened to it 5 minutes, and I was like, yeah, I'm not, the jury's not in there. I'm not listening to it. I can find out if the judge is going to allow it. And then eventually I did hear that the judge allowed
the
it.
judge did allow all that information. Okay.
He let all that. I did hear that the state had rested and that the defense was now calling witnesses, but I haven't watched any of them.
The state's still calling witnesses.
They're still calling them?
Yeah, the financial stuff is over with, so now the good witnesses are coming up.
Oh,
Good
okay.
witnesses.
Well, see,
Yeah,
I
they
heard
just had a really good one the other day. The Friday, I think it was. They had a really, really good one up there. It was his housekeeper / Maggie's friend.
Oh, because see, I had heard that they had done that the state had rested, and that now it was the defense's turn to call witnesses. And then I also heard about they asked the family to move from the first row back to the back row, and his 2 brothers were fine with it. One of them said, wherever they wanted him to sit, he would, but they were kind of having issues with Buster. And then they did see his sister hand something off that they didn't know what it was to his attorney. The attorney then handed it to him, and now they had to do a drug test on Alec.
Oh, I didn't know about that. I know that she tried to hand him the book, but they didn't. It was considered contraband and it was taken. That's all I heard. I didn't know about all that.
Yeah, I read that. That was one day last week. It was during the time they were talking about Buster getting mad and flipping off one of the people on the stand, one of the attorneys they had called up there. And then somebody said the other day that he ended up flipping somebody else off.
Yeah, he did the last day. I think he did.
Did you see the call girl for Murdoch and for the sled?
Yes.
That's what CU2 had asked.
The call girl?
Yes.
What's that all about?
Wow. Yeah, he could be considered maybe getting involved with some sex trafficking, maybe.
Oh God.
Goodness. Really?
Yeah. and
Is
he treated her horribly. She tried to get away from it. He choked her. He pulled her hair out. She tried to run away and go home. It was
how old was this girl?
tragic. I think in her like real early 20s or something like that. And
Oh damn.
she had a kid, and the only way she could support herself and her kid and everything was dancing. So she started dancing. And then she met this woman who was a madam. And the woman talked her into come and work for her. And it was like, a madam is like a pimp. And it was like, you work for them, you do, whatever. And she actually did try to run away from them because of Alec and how violent he was. And they followed her to her house and pulled her out of her house with her hair, put them in her car, and made that girl service Alec. And then he was more pissed off because he had to wait, because he specifically asks for this girl every time he went, and he saw her 4 times. And he was extra pissed off that last time because he had to wait for her. And yeah, it was pretty bad. But
that's the first time I've ever heard anything about that.
People are wondering if she's going to testify or whatever. I don't know. Other people are saying she's going to danger herself for bringing this out. I don't know. I just saw it. I think last night someone played it.
Oh God. Let's see. I seen where Blues hockey fans said to watch it with Emily D. Baker. I did watch. It was like a couple of days. I watched the trial with her. She is really good though. I did like watching the trial on her channel. She kind of explains everything as it goes as well.
I think most of the boring stuff is over, and it's gonna start getting good now, because now that all the money he stole and how much they were in debt was out, because that lady outed everything. Maggie was upset about the not having the money for the lawsuit and everything and all this and that. You really should watch that last part. And yeah, and so like the rest of them, like Cousin Eddie and all them, whatever, they're gonna start testifying. I think all the stuff about the financial stuff and them being broke and the lawsuit and everything, I think all that's over with.
And I didn't realize, I think I heard a couple days ago that he was like a serious drug addict. Like how are you a drug addict and you're a accomplished lawyer?
He was on opiates.
When I bring my cousin to the methadone clinic, they have homeless people, they have fast food workers, they have lawyers, they have doctors, they have nurses, they have every walk of life. Drugs don't decide who you are. Drugs will affect anyone. It doesn't matter.
I'm sorry that you're dealing with that in your family.
No, he's getting better, and that's what matters. But and I thought the same way. I was like, I'm gonna sit out in front of this clinic, and it's gonna be all, you know what I mean, junkies and this and that. But dude, they got people coming up to the clinic in freaking Lamborghinis and shit. See, people do turn their lives around with this stuff, you guys.
Yeah.
It's a shame.
He was actually in rehab in Florida, wasn't it, when he got arrested? I believe it was in Florida. He had went to rehab for his addiction problem and all that, and they ended up coming and arresting him.
And so how is he like being productive as a lawyer? Like I just don't.
Sometimes when people, and this is just experience that I've seen with some family members, that they can be on it and you won't even know that they're on it, because it's, what would be the right word to use? They're when they're on it, they're normal. But if they're going through a withdrawal from it because they haven't had it or whatever, then you can tell the difference.
Yeah.
I have a family member that if she doesn't have whatever it is that she's on at that time, you can tell it. But if she does have it, she's perfectly normal.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
And I'll give you another good scenario if you don't mind, Scarlett.
Sure,
a person on meth will talk fast, will speed, will move fast. A person with ADHD on meth will do none of that. will be a normal person
Yeah, it reverses it.
because they, ADHD and Adderall and all that, so it makes them normal.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it makes normal people speed, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Like I have a cousin that if he's on meth, I can tell it because he's paranoid as hell. But if he's off of it, he acts fine. And then he'll try to lie to me and be like, "Oh no, I'm not doing anything. I've been clean and blah blah blah." But he's constantly looking behind him, thinking somebody's trying to come after him, or call in the middle of the night saying he's hiding someplace because people are trying to get to him. And that's how I
You live
always
in the
know that.
woods, huh?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm like out in the middle of the sticks.
He lives by you? Because that's the funniest shit when they go in the middle of the woods tweaked out.
No, see, he lives in town. Well, it's not actually in town. It's kind of like on the outskirts of town. But him and his girlfriend had lived up in Missouri one time, and he calls me, and I knew just when I got the phone call, and he's like out of breath, saying he's running from people. They're shooting at him, and I was like, dude, like
Oh, wow.
you literally just like you're back on the shit. And no, I'm not. I promise. No, I'm not. I'm like, yeah, I can tell. Like nobody's chasing you. And kind of find out he was literally sitting at his house, inside of his house, doors locked, peeping out the window, thinking somebody was coming after him. But if he's not on it, he's he's like the coolest little cousin anybody can have. But he always acts the same. He's always like super paranoid when he's on it.
Yeah, I can relate to that because I have a couple cousins that are they're hooked on stuff. And I don't question what stuff they're on. I'm sure it's pretty serious stuff, but like I want to connect with them, right?
Mhm.
They're my cousins, they're my family, but
Right.
at the same time, I don't want to go over there and like get robbed potentially. It's kind of scary. Like I want to see my cousins, but what am I walking into?
Meet at McDonald's.
You can't just be like that though, because you could be ruining a great relationship with your cousins. Like, had they stole from family before? Is that what you worried about, or you just it's a
Yeah.
stigma? Like, oh, they're druggies, junkies. They're gonna steal from me. You know what I mean? Like maybe have a relationship with them, maybe away from your stuff to where they can't get anything to you, and start building that way. And then, till y'all can trust each other, because I have no cousins now because they're jail or they committed suicide or whatever, and I would hate for that to happen just because I'm sober and I lost all my family because I was on meth and because my ex-boyfriend. So
meet somewhere neutral, if in public, like McDonald's.
Right. Yeah, that's the best thing to do.
And that way, if they try to strong arm you for money, there's enough people in McDonald's that you could say, I need the manager, and that's all you need to say.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
But if everything goes good, you've had the time.
Right. Just don't give up on something that could be a good thing because you have a fear that,
Well, I think his fear is very founded.
Well, yeah, but just take it step by step and see,
Exactly.
just don't let them know what you have, or, just
That's
chill with
why.
them, let 'em-
That's why my cousin's not allowed at my house, especially if he's like I said. You can always tell when he's on something because he's paranoid as hell, and he knows that he's done learned that if he's on it, don't even come to my house because you'll be run off my property. Because he's done that. He stole from family, he's lied, he stole from his girlfriend, and all that, and he's got 4 kids.
Yeah, and if you offer to pay for the McDonald's, don't open your wallet and show like 500 or 600s in there.
Right.
Philly, to answer your question, you said, how can a doctor have that kind of addiction? I'm not a doctor or a lawyer. I'm sorry. On my channel, at the beginning, I have an interview with my cousin who is a meth and fentanyl. He's addicted to meth and fentanyl. And they smoke 2 fentanyl pills at a time, and they smoke meth right after. And his story is in my thing, and he was making $150,000 a year in sales, marketing, traveling all over the world for free. This big old job he had. And when he told his story, you could not imagine. He started shooting up heroin because of his freaking bosses. Like, they all did it, he said. I couldn't have, I just didn't believe it. So I wanted to just tell you that in that instance, of, you didn't think a lawyer or whatever could do that. Like, these people make freaking big dollars.
Yeah,
And he
I
said
believe it.
they, in between meetings, they shooting up in the bathroom.
Did,
And
did
that's
you,
big bosses.
did you see that? And I totally believe what you're saying. Did you see that CNN special last weekend with the pill mills, with
No.
the two brothers that apparently ran more pills out of Florida, or apparently they were like, they ran like 50% of the pills, roxycodone, that was coming out of the state of Florida, and started the whole, like, well, not started, but they added gasoline to the whole opioid epidemic.
What was that on?
It was on CNN. It was last weekend.
Okay. I didn't see it, but I may go back and watch that.
See what's bad about
It's pretty sickening, because they show how, like, on like almost every corner in the state of Florida, there was a sign that said "Pain Doctor."
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Pain doctor, come see the pain doctor. And they showed lines of people outside of the building. I'm like, did it really take us like 2 or 3 years to realize what the fuck was going on?
There
Like,
is a show, and y'all may know what I'm talking about. I actually talked about it a few weeks ago. I can't remember the name of it, but it's these two. It's a guy and a girl. The guy actually owns it, kind of like started it up. They're both recovering addicts, and they get scholarships for addicts to get them into rehab in Florida. And they had said that it's so easy for people to get into like a methadone clinic down there, or some type of clinic like that, that people will just literally move to Florida just so they can get into stuff like that. And then once they get down there, they get hooked on it. They can't get back. They lose everything. And then this guy and this girl, and I can't remember the name of it. I don't know if Troll would remember the name of it or not.
they were interviewing people from like West Virginia, like Appalachian Mountain area, like West Virginia, North Carolina. And they were literally like, yeah, I'll drive 8 to 10 hours to go down to the pill mill, and I'll come back
Mhm.
with like 300 pills
There's
of
somebody,
oxy.
Auto Flower Lover.
I'm a former Pill Mill customer. I used to drive to Florida every month. The pharmacy was literally inside the doctor's office. Wow. I wish I could remember the name of that show though, but they helped a lot of people. I can't remember it now. But
I'm
yeah.
sorry we went so off topic. I'm sorry.
No,
Yeah,
it's fine. I
I'm
mean, because
sorry
we were
too.
no, it's fine because we were talking about Alec, and I mean he had a problem. And actually, I think it was in Florida where he went to rehab, and they ended up going down there and arresting him.
Yeah, Scarlett's got this. She'll round us up.
Dope Sick Nation is the name of the show. That's in Florida, where they were talking about it, how how easy it is for people to get in down there and get the pills and stuff like that at the
What
clinics.
was it called?
Dope Sick Nation.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if like there's any newer episodes that come on anymore, but we used to watch it whenever it would come on, and it would, they were trying to get these addicts into rehab and stuff like that. So, but yeah, I did know that Alec went down there. I don't know how long he was supposed to stay or how long he ended up staying, but he was arrested and taken out of there before his time was up.
It kind of reminds you of like back in the 80s with the crack epidemic.
Pandemic, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. The new H Town's Finest, how are you? So yeah, it's
But
it's a
I
whole
apologize if I brought up a sore subject. Like,
no,
I'm not
it's
trying.
fine. I mean, it's a real subject though, honestly. Like, there's a lot of people that you wouldn't even suspect that's out there on it. That's an addict, and you meet them and they're perfectly normal, and then come to find out they're on something like that.
Excuse me, Mrs. Scarlet Troll Pickle Eater. I have a request.
What's that?
How hard would it be for you to go on your community wall and be like, hey, y'all, deuces out tonight?
Oh, girl,
Do you know how
Alex.
many times I check your channel?
Usually I do that. Last night I was like super busy to the point that what I was doing, I wasn't able to get away from it to do a community post that I wasn't going to go live. I didn't even let the mods know last night that I wasn't going to go live.
I kept checking. I was like, she's not live. So I was like, community wall, and nothing's changed. And I'm like checking all night.
Yeah,
I missed you.
I missed everybody too. Usually if I don't have something scheduled by 10:30, because I will not go live no later than 11. So if there's nothing scheduled by 10:30 Central Time, then I'm not going live that night. And like what a baby said, if she knows by 10 o'clock, so I don't really have to even tell them because they already know. But last night I was super, super busy. There was something that I had to get taken care of, that I couldn't just stop to do the community post. So I was like, well, they'll realize I'm not going live. So,
well, you have the best channel.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Absolutely. Thank you for letting us listen to you. Like, you definitely have the best channel, and I know I've said this 10,000 times, but your voice puts me to sleep. So
I know, me too. I fall asleep to her too. So like when she's not on, I'm like, now I have to find someone to fall asleep to. Scarlet.
Where is Scarlet? God damn it.
Yeah.
Last night I had no choice. I had to get it taken care of. GH, they said they didn't get a notification. A lot of people haven't been getting them, but if you will like turn the bell off and then turn it back on, it usually works.
What I had to do, and it worked, I had to unsubscribe and resubscribe and ring the bell. However, I had to wait 5 minutes to be able to chat.
Yeah,
but it did work.
Okay, yeah, that's why I tell everybody just to like turn it off and then turn it back on, so that way they don't have to unsubscribe. But I mean, if turning it off and then back on doesn't work, then yeah, you may have to unsubscribe and then subscribe back. But I know there was a lot of people that were saying that they didn't get the notifications the other night whenever I went live.
I wasn't getting any at all, and I get them now. And I better knock on wood, y'all are gonna jinx me. But that's what I did. I unsubscribed, resubscribed, hit the bell, and then waited my 5 minutes to chat, and then I have notifications now.
Okay,
so if you have 5 minutes to spare, it's a good idea. But I'll be in chat. You guys on panel, have a good day.
All right, you have a good night.
It's nighttime.
You too.
All right, so I'm gonna grab this other article that I have real quick, y'all, about this little kid. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. They didn't give any of that information out. Just that it's a 2-year-old. Um, Hold on, let me get it pulled up now. The parents, and this is in St. Bernard Parish down in South Louisiana, and they actually had to bring their little 2-year-old into the hospital. The 2-year-old tests positive for cocaine. Um, the 2-year-old had to be intubated. They then get a warrant in order for Louisiana to take custody from the parents, and then the parents grab the baby from the hospital and leave. And they don't know where the baby is. They don't know where the parents are.
Oh,
So,
man.
um, but the baby was still in intensive care when they took this baby out of the hospital from a cocaine overdose. So it just says St. Bernard Sheriff's Office is searching for parents in connection with the missing child, and this is their picture. Like I said, they're from St. Bernard Parish. The baby was taken to the Children's Hospital in New Orleans. That's where the baby was taken from. They don't say anything really about where the parents are from other than they are driving a white Dodge pickup truck. Okay, and it just says the St. Bernard Sheriff's Office is asking the public's assistance in locating a Poitras couple wanted in connection with the child being taken from state custody. According to the deputies, Ariane Stetchman, 37, and Jonathan Kritzman, 31, are being accused of obstruction of justice. I think that's all they're charging them with. They're not even getting them for kidnapping. So on Monday, January the 30th, at approximately 10:56 p.m., Sheriff Pullman said that members of the Field Operation Bureau responded to Children's Hospital in New Orleans about a 2-year-old child testing positive for having cocaine in his system. The child had to be intubated, and after the suspected overdose, and was admitted to the hospital's pediatric intensive care unit. Detectives with the Criminal Investigations Bureau issued arrest warrants for both Stitchman and Kritzman after they fled with the child on Tuesday, February the 2nd, from the Children's Hospital following the Louisiana Department of Children and Family Services being granted emergency custody. Now, remember, this baby was in intensive care and was intubated, and they literally grabbed this child and leave the hospital with it. The couple is known to drive a white Dodge pickup truck. Anyone knowing the whereabouts of Stitchman, Kritzman, or the 2-year-old, okay, so it does say a little boy, is asked to call St. Bernard Sheriff's Office or the Criminal Investigations Bureau Tips Hotline or Crime Stoppers. And it does say if you call to the CBI Tip Hotline or Crime Stoppers, you can remain anonymous and could be eligible for a cash award. So this is their pictures. Let me get it up here where you can see both. I don't know. I know that we have a lot of people in here from Louisiana. I don't know if they're all in here. I know Stonegator's from Louisiana. She's got family down south. Don't remember who else is in here right now from here. But if y'all happen to see these people around with their kid, like, call the sheriff's department because that baby needs to be in the hospital.
And like, how were they able to take the baby out of the hospital like that?
One of the articles that I read said that I guess they had been in the room with the baby. And hey, Lori, how are you? The state was fixing to come in. They had went in and talked to the nurse, and they were fixing to go into the room with the parents and the baby. And whenever they got into the room, the baby was gone, and so were the parents. They have no idea where they are at. I would have thought that a hospital would have had cameras, parking lot or the parking garage, or something. There would have been
some cameras
something.
somewhere.
I mean, there's street cameras all over New Orleans. I'm pretty sure they could have followed the street cams to find out which way they were going, but maybe this is a case where they didn't want to give that information out. Because they're following up on all that. But the fact is, though, the parents should have, if they were going to be in the room, there should have been an officer outside the room because the baby was in there from a cocaine overdose. and he had to be intubated. And they took this baby from a hospital in that shape.
My God, that's horrible.
How is it breathing?
Right now, I don't know.
What I'm saying is that was it attached to a machine in the hospital? Do you know?
They had him intubated. So because of him overdosing on cocaine. Stonegator, this one is from February the 6th.
But you can be intubated and not hooked to a machine.
I don't know.
That was my reason for. I just don't want you to think I'm losing my mind.
No, I'm pretty sure they probably had him on a machine. So I was still intubated.
Well,
he may not live.
Just like
Annie,
somebody said in chat just now, whether he's intubated and hooked to something or not, that's not good shape to be taken.
No, not not anybody as far as that.
And not anybody could remove it.
Right. Especially a 2-year-old with a little, basically a baby.
Yeah, and what Scarlett was saying, like they're trying to rescue this baby from a cocaine overdose.
Right.
Why is there not a cop or a security guard standing outside of that room?
That's what didn't make sense to me.
I think you're right. But maybe the cop would have been assigned once the state took over. Maybe that's the way their SOP reads. But I think it should. The minute it got to the hospital, it should have had protection.
Yeah.
Let me see. I thought
What a shame. That's a shame.
I know that there was another update. I'm gonna have to find it. There was an update like 3 days ago, I believe it was, that he was still missing. They haven't.
Well, they'd have to remove that intubated tube. How would they feed the baby otherwise?
Yeah, and see, that's dangerous, removing a tube like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
They got special people for that in the hospital.
Right. Okay. Yeah, they should have had an officer outside of the door, and the parents shouldn't have been allowed in there. That's what don't make sense. And they said that whenever they went back in to the room, it was just until let the parents know about the state taking over the custody, they wasn't in there.
No, they must have overheard somebody talking.
Something. Let me see. Okay, so here's one from 3 days ago.
But if the parents were in the room, there should have been an officer in the room with them.
Yes.
That would make a lot of sense.
Yep.
Yep. All right. So basically, I mean, the sheriff's department failed him. The parents failed him. The hospital failed him. Okay, I need to get this off my screen. Okay,
well,
so
a lot of people failed him before the state worker failed him, I'll tell you. Well, she didn't fail him. She went, and they weren't there.
All right. Okay, so this one. All right, so it says baby still missing from state custody. See, as of Thursday night, law enforcement officials were still looking for a toddler who they say were stolen out of Children's Hospital in New Orleans last week. Authorities said the parents, who they believe now have the baby, are still at large. They believe that they now have the baby. Like, do they not know? Hey, Sharon, how are you? So the St. Bernard Parish Sheriff's Office said that they're looking for 37-year-old Ariana Stetchman and 31-year-old Jonathan Kritzman, who say that they took a 2-year-old out of the Children's Hospital where he was being treated for a suspected cocaine overdose.
So what they did is the minute that child came up missing, they had an emergency court hearing on it.
They got warrants.
And got custody, legal custody, so that way if that child is found and is found alive, that child goes directly into the custody of those people instead of the parents, which changes the whole game. But unfortunately, the parents were slick and took that child.
And they haven't found the child yet.
Right.
No. And it says for his treatment, the baby was intubated at the Children's Hospital Pediatric Intensive Care Unit. An emergency order granted custody to the Louisiana Department of Children and Family Services, yet somehow the child still disappeared. In a statement, DCFS said that they had a verbal order to gain custody of the child, saying in part, when the worker entered the child's hospital room to execute the custody order with the nurse, they discovered that the parents and the child were gone.
Hey, I was right.
The agency said that they were working with law enforcement at local, state, and federal levels to find the family. DCFS said the child has not been recovered, and we are concerned about the child's safety. They should have been worried about his safety when he was still in the hospital. Like they should have had.
Didn't they say at the beginning of the story somewhere you read that that somebody was talking to the nurse? Remember?
It was
right. So
it was the DFS.
But that's fine. But the fact that somebody talked to the nurse, they never said if the nurse was in the room with the parents.
No, just that whenever they went back into the room.
Well, those parents knew when to grab them. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were tipped off.
Let's see. So it says the New Orleans Children's Hospital wouldn't say a lot, citing confidentiality, saying in part that it's a difficult and complex system, and we are committed to working together with law enforcement to ensure the safest and best possible care for all patients under our care. So CASA, which is a court-appointed special advocates, is an organization that advocates for children in foster care. Ramona Graham, who's an advocate with the agency, said it's crucial children in the system have someone looking out for them. Well, this baby had nobody. So if an advocate is not there, you may possibly have a child with whom linger in the foster care longer than what they need to. She went on to say that advocates speak on behalf of the child, and we are the ears and the eyes of the court, and we go to see the children in the environment. We make sure that the home environments are safe, and we make sure that their needs are being met and being provided to them on a timely basis. So if you know the whereabouts of Stitchman, Kritzman, or the 2-year-old, you're urged to call the St. Bernard Sheriff's Office. So, Michelle, it's a little boy. He's 2 years old. So somehow these parents found out that the state was coming in to take him or take custody from them, and they grabbed him and ran with him. And now there's no telling where he's at or how he's doing. If he was already in a hospital with cocaine in his system, more than likely the parents are probably doing drugs again around him.
Yeah, the parents are high as shit.
Yeah,
with their 2-year-old kid. Yeah. That's horrible.
Could have died already from an overdose, and they just grab him and run.
Or the kid's starving.
That is true too.
The kids. I mean, the parents don't give a shit when they're strung out.
No, because I mean, at 2 years old, he's not going to be on formula, so he's not going to have a bottle where they can just make a bottle and give it to him. Like they physically got to get the baby food. Right. Or something, and they don't care about the baby. They just didn't want him being taken away from them. Then they end up getting charged with everything else. I'm pretty sure neglect or abuse or some type of thing like that, and they didn't want all that. So instead, they took a baby out of a hospital where he needed actual care.
I told you these cases keep getting crazier and crazier.
Right.
Yeah, and there's so many of them. Lately.
I know and it makes it hard, like, because I would love to cover all of them. There's just, it makes it hard to try to cover each one of them. But I seen this one today also, and it's, a 2-year-old baby in my home state. Like, I need to put it out there because, like I said, also, I know Stone Gator's from here. I know she has family in South Louisiana, but there's also other people from Louisiana that comes in here too, that can possibly, put the information out there. But I mean, they're more than likely, they're probably not even in Louisiana anymore.
But it still hits home,
Right.
It's from your home state. Yeah.
Right. Do they put alarm bracelets on toddlers or just infants? I don't know how that works because, like whenever you have a baby, the mom and the dad both get an identification bracelet with the same number as the baby. Um, but I don't know if they do that for a kid that's in the hospital. Like if they give the parent that same type of identification bracelet that the
Well, if
baby
he,
has with a number or whatever.
but Hunt, if he was intubated and was hooked on cocaine, wouldn't he be in the NIC ICU?
Yeah, that's where he was at. They
W-
had him in the pediatric intensive care unit.
Well, then in the NIC ICU, they probably wouldn't have bracelets because you wouldn't be carrying your kid out.
That's what's crazy though, is that they got him out.
Well,
I can't believe they actually let the parents. I mean, they brought him in. They know he had cocaine in his system. Why even let the parents stay there? Why not? Why are you not on the phone with the police, letting them know that these two people just brought a 2-year-old in
And not only
with that
that,
in his system?
not only they had cocaine in his system, didn't you say he was like ODing on cocaine?
Yeah, it was a suspected overdose.
you could write a book, Scarlett, and just call it Crazies.
It's sad
Yeah.
though.
Well, you wouldn't say
yeah.
that because that you probably get sued for that one, but unusual
is.
circumstances.
It really is. It's all crazy. Like some of the stuff that happens within these cases, people
That
just
for people
vanish.
that don't do sleuthing and don't listen to channels on YouTube and that don't know anything about it, you might make a couple bucks on this.
Oh. And autoflower, I don't know. I don't understand why when the baby came in. Like I get that the hospital called the police and let them know about a 2-year-old with cocaine in his system, but why let the parents back around him? That's what I don't understand.
Because nobody said they couldn't be around him.
Yeah, but the hospital, like
The hospital
did-
can't do crap unless they get their hospital lawyer to file an injunction or something. But you get what I'm saying? They're there to heal. They're not there. But this would have been a
yeah, I
hospital.
don't like why would the police know about it, so why didn't the police do something?
They're waiting for that department to come in and tell them they're taking the child, and then bam, all the rules change.
Yeah, but I think though if you bring in a child with drugs in the system, the hospital legally
what?
has
You're right,
something.
and I think procedure will be changed after this case.
Yeah, I think they're legally bound to do something about stuff like that, even if it is a kid. They're legally bound to.
Because now hospital security will be questioned on their SOP.
I can't believe they let the family around the baby. That's what's
Yeah.
crazy.
Especially a kid that is ODing on cocaine.
Hmm. And then the police knew about, like, they literally knew about it when he came into the hospital, and there wasn't a warrant given. I don't know if they even tried to get a warrant to arrest the parents because they didn't say that. But the fact is, the parents should have went to jail right then.
So the baby came in like that?
Yeah. They brought the baby into the hospital,
Oh my
and they
goodness.
didn't say what was going on, like the reason why they had brought it in. But whenever they tested him, it was he tested positive for cocaine, and then they notified the police, and because of it, the shape that he was in, the baby had to be intubated.
So he
So-
came in like that, and the police didn't even have any security around that baby.
So the hospital did their job, and the only thing that could be changed in the rules is if somebody comes in totally blasted on cocaine and is a child, that police or procedure is that they mother and father don't
Enter the
enter
Yeah.
until for so many hours, say, which is the amount of hours it would take the police to get a judge to sign off on that.
Right. And like Autoflower said, if you take your kid to the ER for anything, they question the guardian, and under the intake nurse discretion, they would have to claim and turn that in as abuse.
But if it's in a community that kind of thing's never happened before, maybe that threw them a wrench.
Oh, wait, we're talking about New Orleans.
Well, we're
That's-
talking about 2-year-olds, I thought.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that's not the only toddler that's ever been brought into that hospital for having drugs in his system.
But he's probably the only one that was smuggled out.
Yeah, more than
Well,
likely.
That's what I mean.
But I don't understand. I don't know why they didn't arrest the parents. To me, that seems like that would have been the first thing they would have done. Be like, look, you brought your 2-year-old kid into the hospital. He's got cocaine in his system. You're his guardian. Like, yeah.
Get an arrest warrant then.
I can't believe that they did.
The minute you get that report from the hospital and the minute you can document that the test came back positive like that, that's it.
Exactly. Like
It
when
should have
they
been the police driving right to the courthouse and requesting to see the judge immediately. Do not pass go.
Yeah. Stonegator, it was, wait, did I write it down? They got the call. The hospital notified the sheriff's department at like 10 something that night. So I'm sure they showed up right after that.
Well, 10 something at night. They weren't going to find probably a court that's open.
Let's see. I worked in an ER. Cops are there right away. Yeah, for a situation like that, and I'm sure there may be cops that's probably staked out at the hospital too. But the parents should have never been let back around him. Honestly, that is just crazy. But I'm gonna keep up with that though, because hopefully they will find the parents.
Where is it?
And arrest them, and the baby is okay.
Yeah, prayers for the baby.
Can't believe cocaine addicts even took the kid to the hospital. And I'm glad they did, but they should have known what was going. Yeah. I mean, I don't understand people who do that. Like, I get people.
Well, if they're blasted too, they're not
addictions.
making rational decisions.
Right. But I get people have addictions, and I'm not knocking people for that. But damn, you got a kid in the house.
No, but like what you were
Right.
saying, like they came to the hospital with a baby that was ODing on cocaine. How are the parents? How is there not an arrest warrant for the parents at that point?
Yeah,
And then-
because
Because it
that's
happened at 10
abuse.
o'clock at night, hun. That's one thing.
Yeah, but they still could have got a warrant though. They could have
No,
got a
yeah,
warrant
the
for
next
'em.
day. But
No, they could have got one for them that night. They would have called the judge, and the judge would have signed off on it.
oh yeah, you're right. I forgot
Yeah.
about that.
So, I mean, did they?
And then they let them in the hospital and take the baby out of the hospital.
Well, as I
Yes.
said, the point is once they discovered and got the results back, it was positive for cocaine. From that second forward to the child being noted it's gone, that procedure will be changed. I'll bet you.
Yeah.
Yeah, because from that point on, the parents should have never been led around him,
Right.
and they should have been taken to jail right then. That they could have
Or
got the
cited.
warrant. Right. I mean, did they leave the cocaine sitting out where the baby can touch it and get it in its mouth? Like, how did this kid at 2 years old get a hold of it?
Well, it was theirs. I mean, you
Yeah.
can't, like you said,
Yeah.
you wouldn't go out to the street corner and buy it.
It's just ridiculous. So,
Well, stay close to this one. You seem to be enjoying it.
yeah,
Not in a sick sense. So don't.
yeah,
anybody-
no, I get what you're saying. But yeah, I'm gonna keep up with it. Hopefully, like I said, they find them. Honestly, I don't think the parents are probably still in Louisiana, but
Sometimes people hide in plain sight.
yeah, that is true too. But they very well could have left the hospital and went straight into Mississippi or anything like that. But hopefully they'll find them. So I'm gonna keep up with it and see if they come out with anything new. I know that I did notice though that they're not coming out with daily updates on it. So
They
hopefully,
probably don't have anything to say.
though, they'll come out and say that they found them. Because really, the only thing they're giving us is that they're in a white Dodge pickup.
Well, I'll tell you
And-
what, if
and
they
their
do
names.
find them and that baby's not with them, there's going to be a problem.
Yeah, because they're going to have a lot of explaining to do. They're going to have a lot of explaining to do now. But if the baby's not with them, like, they're going to have to explain at that point, where's it at? Did he pass away? Is he
Well,
okay?
if
Did
that
you
child's not
give him to
okay,
somebody?
those two people better find a hole to hide in.
I mean, if they knew that the baby had cocaine in his system, he's only 2 years old. He had to be intubated because he was overdosing on it. The state was going to come in and take the baby away from him. If they didn't want to get arrested, then why not just leave the baby at the hospital where he's getting care and getting treated, and just leave your own self?
Yeah, well, that would make sense, but you're not, probably they weren't thinking straight.
And people like that just irritate the hell out of me, honestly.
Uh-huh.
Because, I mean, they're more worried about their own selves getting arrested than they are the baby being taken care of. And
Well, I don't think that they're worried about getting arrested because they took the child. They probably think that they did nothing wrong. The only time that they would get to thinking something's wrong is if the health of that baby changed drastically, and that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. But hopefully he's okay.
Right.
Even if they had to take him to another hospital and leave him, like, that would be better than running from police, so the parents don't get in trouble or whatever. Either way, the state's going to take the baby if they find it. So, okay, where's your there?
So what else you got on the chalkboard of life for us?
Let's see what else I got here. Hold on, let me get into my email. I got some Nicola Bully stuff. What is this?
Huh?
Okay, something had popped up on my screen over here, and I don't know what this is. Let me get it off of here because it's popping up in front of my chat.
How dare it?
It's like this. It's my email thing. Like, whenever I get new emails, it pops up in front of my chat.
The nerve.
All right, so let's see. We got... Oh, shit. This isn't the right one. Here we go. Because I've been trying to keep up with the Nicola Bully stuff, too. Okay, maybe they didn't know the baby got the drugs and thought it was something else. When found out it was OD, they bounced it. Stonegator, that could have been it. But, I mean, if they have something in their house, so, like, keep the shit up where a kid can't get it. All right, I gotta get this picture off of my screen.
Well, guys, I'm gonna drop down. Appreciate talking to you guys.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys have a good night. Rest of your weekend.
All right, you too.
All right, bye-bye, guys. All right, bye.
All right, bye. Molly, how are you? See, I want to put on my boogie shoes and dance with. Okay, give me just 1 second. Hold on just 1 second. I'm just answering something back.
Cheer show, do you?
Okay. And I may end up doing a video also about this baby. And what is her? Felina. I can't never remember her name. Okay. I may end up doing a video on those two. That way, if somebody don't want to watch the whole live, then it'll be like I can put all their information into a video real quick. Okay, let me grab this. So this was, it says it was updated 3 hours ago, but they still haven't found Nicola. Like, there's no trace of her. I believe there was some witness. He didn't give out his name, but he did say that he seen two guys the day before she went missing. They were acting really weird. Police ended up going to the garage down from where she went missing to get the CCTV footage because it would cover everybody that had passed in that area. And then there was something else brought up about a red van that was kind of creepy that somebody else had talked to police about, and they thought, maybe it could have been someone, that could have abducted her. Okay. Stonegator, have a good night. Make a Twitter post after the love. Okay, I'm just catching up in chat real quick. Okay. All right, so it says that the river banks are not forensically friendly, and plenty of other boot prints are now covering the area. They didn't even cordon off the area where this bench is, where they found her phone and the dog and the leash and the dog's harness. They didn't even cordon that whole area off. Like, people just went in there walking all over the place. Some lady said that there was been TikTokers in the area making TikTok videos.
Well, of course.
Instead of police, cordoning the whole area off so they can look for, any evidence. They didn't even do it.
Now they want to make the list too. They heard about my advertisement.
Yeah. Yeah, and like Vaughn said, they haven't found the two men either. And there was one area that she would have been able to get out, that the video or the cameras that are facing that area wasn't working. But the guy that worked at the garage did say that the video cameras that they had there, the video system or whatever, was in working order. So the police were able to get that footage. So it says that any trace of Nicola Bulley beside the riverbank where she was last seen will now have disappeared, according to a former police officer from the area. Riverbanks and fields like the one at St. Michael's on Wire, where the mother of two walked, are not very forensically friendly, the ex-officer said, especially as lots of boot prints from other people have now been will now have been since made in the ground. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, why not tape the area off and not let people in there?
Maybe a lot of people gathered before the police arrived, maybe.
Well, like I said, there was one picture of a lady sitting on the bench that I remember seeing the other day while there were people down in the water in front of it searching. Like, I don't understand why they wouldn't just rope the whole thing off.
Well, the other thing is they never tell you all the little tiny details that us people need.
Right. And this is in England. Well, in the UK. I don't know how they do stuff over there. It could be different than the way they do it here.
Well, if Crime and Crochet comes in.
Yeah, because she is from over there.
I don't know if she's from Scotland or England, but she's over there. She's on an island.
Somewhere over that way. So let me see. I lost my spot. Okay, so it says earlier, a former senior Metropolitan Police officer claimed that police were wrong to say that Miss Bulley had fallen into the River Wire. Philip Flower, an ex-superintendent, said neither the facts nor the evidence supported Lancashire Constabulary's official theory, because to begin with, they were saying she fell into the water. It was said that the police had checked the water with divers 2 or 3 times. They had an expert dive company come in. That guy even said, if she's in the water, I will find her. I guarantee you. He thoroughly searched it and was not able to find her. And he said that he didn't think she was in the water. The family doesn't think that she was in the water, but for some reason, the police were adamant that that's what happened to her, that she had fell in the water.
Because that easily solves the case.
Right. So it says Miss Bulley was last seen walking her dog in a field near the river at St. Michael's on Wire on January 27th. But in writing the Mail on Sunday, Mr. Flower wrote, Miss Bulley was a good swimmer. This water wasn't fast flowing, and there are no slip marks on the riverbank. And Miss Bulley's family also dispute the police theory that she fell into the water. Lancashire Constabulary said that they were still searching the river, but the focus of the investigation had moved downstream to an area that becomes tidal near the coast. So now they're thinking that she might have made it out to sea, and that's what they were trying to check. But there was one guy that had said, and no, the water isn't. It's not very deep. Like there was one spot that the expert diver had showed her, her partner, and it was only like 3 foot deep. And he said if she would have fell into the water, she would have hit the rocks because
She
it's
could have
not
stood up.
right. It's not very deep at all. And I'm sure in some spots it probably is. But there was another guy that was, I think he was a former detective, and he said that what they should have done is put something close to her weight and size in the water, and then watched it to see how long it would take for it to get down. Because it's not fast flowing until it gets down closer to the sea. So
Yep.
he said that that's what they should have done. They should have cordoned off the whole place, taped it off, not let anybody in there. Because once you get down to, there's a gate, you walk into the gate and it goes into the field, and the bench is right there. Like they should have cut that whole thing off right there and not let anybody in there. But now there's still people walking their dogs and all that while the police are down there searching. Was somebody
Yeah.
threatening her or threatening her life? Happy Cactus, nobody knows. There was a video because they had cameras outside their house, and there is a video showing, which they're only showing screenshots of the video, but it shows what she was wearing that morning. She's loading up her vehicle. She's getting her girls in it to take them to school. She's loading up her dog Willow, and then from there, they said she went to the school, dropped her girls off, talked to another parent that was at the school, and then she left her car parked at the school and just walked with the dog just down the street to where she would have had to go onto the trail that leads to the 2 fields. And that's where everybody, they all walk their dogs. But she was a mortgage advisor. And somebody had mentioned, well, maybe, somebody tried to get a loan and it wasn't approved. Maybe they were after her for that. Maybe it was just foul play and somebody, didn't
Maybe she
care
just was at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Right. Maybe they didn't care and they took her and hurt her. It has been said that there's been TikTokers over there that okay, so where the bench is on the river, across the river from that, there is an abandoned house. But this local from there is saying that the house is not abandoned, that the guy who lived there actually passed away like 6 months ago, and the house is in probate right now. But TikTokers have been going over there and they've been breaking in. They broke into this house. There's been other places that they've broken into trying to find this lady, or look for clues of what happened to her and all that. And now police over there are putting it out that, they're not going to put up with people breaking into properties, just try to find her and all this. What about taking her death? Really think her dog would have left her. I mean, the dog was like, she let the dog, they said, run loose a lot. And there was something brought up about a tennis ball. And a friend of hers said no, that she didn't bring the tennis ball anymore with the dog because the dog was super protective over it and, didn't like if other dogs were around. Their dog Willow didn't like other dogs playing with her ball and it became a distraction. And so she didn't bring the tennis ball with her anymore. But just about every picture I've seen with her and this dog, it's always got the tennis ball in it. What about, faking her death? I don't know. I wonder if she just left. If she just, if something happened and she just left, or if she, somebody abducted her, because some people are saying that the phone that they found was a decoy phone. Because she had actually logged into her Teams call for her job that morning at 9:01. The call ended at 9:30, but she was still logged into it when they found her phone a few minutes later. Which it seems weird because she was, she logs into it. She sends her friends a message to set up a play date. She sends an email to her boss.
We'll add this one to the case list.
Do what?
We'll put this one on the case list.
Yeah, I'm going to try to keep up with it too.
of crazy beginnings.
Yeah, this one, and it seems like for some reason that everything is happening around the January the 27th to January the 30th. Like this lady here goes missing on January the 30th. I'm sorry, January 27th. The Felina Hopkins woman was arrested on January 27th. The baby was, what day his was, did he go in on the 27th? Or was his the 30th? He went missing on February the 2nd. So it's like January 30th is when he was taken to the hospital. So it's like everything happened here recently between January the 27th and the 30th with a lot of these cases.
Good way to start the year off.
Mm-hmm. I just think it's funny, though, that she sent her boss an email. The team's calls were normal. They were every Friday. Her walking the dog was normal. That was something she did all the time. She always let the dog off the leash. They said while she was there, there's two fields. They call one that's closest to the bench, the lower field, and then the one on the other side of it, the upper field. So like anything she did that morning really wasn't out of the ordinary. But she sends her boss an email, and then she logs into the team calls, and then she was in the upper field, and then they traced her phone back at 9:20 to the bench, and the call ends at 9:30, and she's still logged into it. And then her phone and the dog and the leash and the harness were all found like 5 minutes later at 9:35. So somewhere from her being in the upper field to her phone landing on the bench at 9:20 to the people finding it at 9:35, like something had to happen.
Well,
right in
that time frame of when it happened is pretty narrow.
Right. And so it's, I don't know, it's another crazy one, honestly.
Things that make you go,
Exactly. And her partner, I thought it was kind of weird, but it just could be a normal thing. But there was an article that I read the other day, and I believe it was the one I did the video on, the article that I read in it. But it talked about that the day that her partner goes out to the river, where the bench is for the first time, and her friend goes out there with him, which I thought was kind of weird. Like, I'm sorry. If I go missing, I don't want my friend going with my husband to where I went missing from. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, take my kids with you or go by yourself. Don't take my friend with you. But then again, there may not be anything to that either. So she just might have.
Yep, definitely too close to the beginning of this case to be
right
picking too deep.
Have I checked her Venmo? Do they have Venmo in the UK?
Somebody wanted White Widow.
I wonder if they have Venmo over there.
That's my line.
Let me see. Let me see if they got it. Let's see. They may not even have it over there.
Where's Crime and Crochet? She's always in your lives.
Author Nicole. No, that's not it. No, there's no Nicola Bully on Venmo. Like I said, the UK may not even have Venmo. I know, like Australia don't have. Was it Cash App? I don't know if the UK even has Cash App. I just think it's weird though. Like, she just vanished. Like, there's
maybe it is an abduction, like White Widow Baby said. You know what I mean? That's a quick removal from an area.
I mean, because if you think about it, if they have searched the water, it's either 2 times or 3 times that the police divers went in and searched. They've had dogs there. They've had drones there, helicopters there. Um, then the expert dive company comes in, and this dude that was the expert dive company has had years and years of experience with searching waters and finding people, and
Well,
he
you know
doesn't
what?
find her.
Has anybody thought to bring her dog back there and just see where he goes?
Well, they said that the dog, I read one place that said, because the dog was bone dry. Jan, how are you? So it would have seemed like if she would have fell in the water, the dog would have jumped in the water
Oh,
as well.
absolutely.
Um, but and Tara said that they don't have. Okay, so the UK does not have Venmo then. Okay, so that would have been why I couldn't find her. But I think the dog would have jumped in the water to help her, save her, thinking she was in need of help or hurt or whatever. But they said that the dog was dry. It ain't even been in the water. But they did say that it was kind of like running back and forth between the gate and the bench, which is they're right there close together. So I don't know if they brought the dog back. Maybe the partners brought the dog back since then.
Well, it was
I
just a shot in the dark.
honestly, I think somebody got her.
Yep. That's what it sounds like to me, but if
Because
there's any family listening, I pray for her safe
right,
return.
yeah, because she's got two little girls, one's 6 and one's 9,
Oh, jeez.
and so they're young.
Yeah.
Let's see. Statistics show that children go missing in 40 seconds. It isn't impossible for someone, even an adult, to be abducted in that time without notice. Yeah, I mean, somebody just walk up, put a gun in your back, and tell you to walk, and you know, somebody's got you and
Well,
out of
here's
the
another
area.
thought. Did you say that they found the dog, the phone, the
Mhm.
harness, and the dog?
Yeah, the dog was running loose, which
Which
people have
means
said.
maybe he was in his harness tied to something so he could not leave.
Well, it's been said by several people that she would let the dog off the leash or whatever and let her run.
Right, but
So
maybe this time they had it all attached. Maybe she did that so the dog wouldn't follow because she was in duress.
oh no, the dog was actually did not have a harness or a leash on. Like
Right, but maybe the dog got off of it after. You get what I'm saying?
yeah, because they did find the phone was on the bench and the harness and the leash they said was either on the bench or on the ground beside the bench. It was all right together, and the dog was running like back and forth between the gate and the bench. And that there's like a little area. It's basically all one big field with a like a pathway or a small road or
So
whatever
she
that
was
goes around
taken out of so she was taken out of the gate.
It seems like that, or there was another area they said that wasn't covered by CCTV camera.
No.
She could have been taken out of, but I think that's in another part of the field that wasn't up, because where she would have came out at the gate and walked down like this little path, she would have came out at a bridge that's next to a road.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, she had a jacket on. I think it had a hood on it. Somebody had her, they could have made her put her hood over her head and walked her out of there.
Yeah.
So, hey, Zara, how are you?
I'm gonna have to wait a few days for some more information to come out.
Right. Yeah, I just don't think she's in the water. Honestly, I think somebody took her. Possibly the two guys that this other witness is saying that they were. I don't know what suspicious activities they were doing around the church, but he just said that he noticed it. They were acting weird. He went and talked to police about it, let them know, and all that. Let's see. I heard they smell a bad smell around that mansion. Tree Baby, I know that there have been people that has went over and broke into that house. It's like a real big, nice, pretty, possibly mansion, but it looks really big. That they've actually went and broke into, and trying to see if she's in there, or if there's any clues to her being over there. But that would have been across the river. But she still, I mean, somebody could have taken her over there.
Yeah. Whatever happened was well planned, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, because like I said, it was. I don't think she did every day. I don't think she went there every day and walked her dog, but it was something she did on a regular basis.
Mm-hmm.
So people could have been watching. They could have paid attention to her routine. She obviously took the kids to school every morning, or her partner said he would take them. He was at home. He said whenever it happened, the whole friend going to the place with him, that seems kind of weird. But at the same time, like, I'm not saying that her partner, and when I say partner, it's because they wasn't married. I don't think her partner had anything to do with it. I just think it's super weird. Like I said, if I go missing, my friend better not be going to where I went missing from with my husband. Like, it just,
Yeah.
it doesn't look right.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you, let's see what, I don't want to challenge anybody, but let's see what February brings.
Oh, God. I mean, we're right at halfway through the month. Does she owe money for her books? Happy Cactus, I don't think she owed. If there was any bad dealings that she had with anybody, it hasn't been brought out yet. The only thing that I've heard was she was a great mom. She cared about the girls. She was good to her partner. She was a loyal friend. She had a lot of friends. She got along well within the community, went to church, and all that. I haven't heard anything bad about her, honestly. Usually you would hear something bad about somebody, like something.
Or even if somebody fabricated something would have surfaced.
Right. It's just, nobody said anything bad about this lady at all.
No.
And they haven't said anything bad about her partner.
No.
She's always, she, like I said, she brought him to school that morning. She parked her car there and just walked over to where the path was. She talked to a parent for like 15 minutes while she was at the school, set up a play date for her kids. Like, everything's always been good of what's been said about her.
Yeah, she was snatched.
I think that's what happened. And it could have been because of the type of work she did. Like I said, she was a mortgage advisor.
Or it has nothing to do with it, and all she was in the wrong place, the wrong time.
I think that's more logical, of being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah.
Because she had already done it. Yeah, she's got a dog with her. If somebody's watching her, they're going to see that the dog is not vicious. If they try to hurt her, the dog's not going to attack them. So...
But like you just said earlier, if they had a gun and said, slowly walk out the gate, somebody would have slowly walked out the gate.
Exactly.
And didn't have to cause a big scene, and it didn't have to upset the dog, or...
Yeah, just sit it quiet. Just walk up, put the gun in somebody's back, and be like, walk.
Yeah, because that's kind of like the final vote.
Yeah. And, that could have happened.
Right.
Or they, because there was other people that was on that little path or trail or at those two fields, because there was other people that had seen her in the upper field at a certain time. They had seen her down in the lower, like there was people there that had witnessed her there that morning. But it's just at that time that she goes missing, nobody was around until 9:35 when somebody found her phone. So.
Guess we'll wait and see for a couple days.
Yeah, hopefully they come up with something. I did see where they were down, like I said, closer to the mouth of the river that goes out to sea. They're trying to see if maybe she had been swept down that part before she goes out to sea, because they said if she does, she'll be lost. So they're trying to see how that. I just don't think she's in the water. Her partner doesn't think that she is. Her family doesn't think that she is.
But it's okay to check it out.
Right.
Just don't bet no money on it,
Right. Yeah, because you want to make sure that you check it and you knock that off your list, and then you're 1000% sure she's not in the water, and that way there's no what ifs or we should have or
We should have checked it and not believed
right.
it. And
Right.
coulda, woulda,
Karen, how are
shoulda.
you? See, I would not be surprised if it turns out to be the partner and her sister are romantically involved and hired two thugs to get rid of her. Her sister already moved in to help with the girls. I didn't know about her sister moving in, but like I said, the friend, I just, that seemed weird to me that her friend was with her partner the first time he goes to the place where she went missing. And he was only there like 10 minutes. He talked to the guy that was over that expert dive company or whatever. He had been out there searching for a couple of days. It was like the day before he was supposed to leave out, and he actually talked to her partner for a little while and explained that, what he did and how he searched, and he didn't think that she was there and all that. Like, the guy was literally there for 10 minutes. And which I get is probably hard, being at a place where your loved one goes missing.
Unless possibly he set it up.
Yeah, but there was a behavioral panel. It's 4 guys. I don't remember the name of the YouTube channel, but they're like 4 expert behavioral panelists, or body language experts or whatever they are, and they were watching him in an interview, and they were talking about all the different things he was doing with his face and his eye contact and his body language and stuff like that. And they said that they didn't see where anything wrong with him. Like, they didn't suspect anything. So, wait, everybody is helping. They did signs and everything. I did see where they were out. There was people with signs out on the road, like on the sides of the road with her picture. And they had a vigil at the church and all that for her. So everybody in the community is like talking about they want this lady home. Like, there hasn't been anybody there who said anything bad about her. It's always been good things, which is, I mean, other cases that we've heard, there's always something bad that comes out about the person, but in this case, it hasn't been.
Unbelievable.
Right. So, I mean, she could have been, a person that didn't have any enemies and got along with everybody, and went to work and took care of her family and, went to church and did everything right that she was supposed to do. And just that one morning when she went to work or went to take her dog for a walk, somebody that wasn't good was there.
Well, we're only 2 months in.
Yeah. Well, not even 2 months, not even a month yet. This happened January the 27th, so it's not even a month yet that she's been missing.
Yeah, well, depends how you look at it, but yeah, you're right.
Ava, how are you? Let's see. Karen heard that too, but I want to help missing my sister. Wait, I'm missing some people's. Okay, I didn't read that one. But hopefully that it doesn't turn out to have something to do with her partner or anybody in her family or even her friend. Okay, there is CCTV cameras that recorded the boyfriend being at home while she was walking. Yeah, he said he was there. He was at home drinking tea when she went missing. But they do have cameras. I don't know about the inside of their house, but they do have them outside because they called her that morning when she was loading her car up. So if he would have left, the cameras would have caught him. So, but I hope they find something soon.
The suspense is killing me.
Yeah, because like everybody said, it's just like she vanished in the thin air.
Somebody must be working some powerful magic out west. Because there's a lot of people going poof.
something's going on. Like it, and like I said, it's been like all around these same dates here lately.
Not to say it couldn't happen in the Northeast, but I'm just saying,
Right.
coincidentally, West is getting pretty hit hard with these things.
Yeah. And this is the first case out of the UK that I've ever talked about. But when I was reading some stuff today, there was another, this other lady. It was her uncle had went missing, and they thought that it was in another part of the UK, but they said that they believed that he had fallen into a river where he went missing at. And they said that they didn't understand why his case wasn't getting as much attention as what Nicola's was getting. And
Well, let me tell you something. Over in England, the CCTV monitors are everywhere.
Really?
And they don't identify the people, but there's just like if you can, in our standards, it would be like the biggest 911 room call you've ever seen in your life.
Oh, wow.
And they've got people that have worked there 30 years, 20 years. They're so used to a certain area and the activity and how people move that they can they're watching like, I don't know, six or eight TV channels, each one of them. And the more experienced you are, I saw this on a show. I've got to remember the name of this. I find this show again, but they sit there and they look to see in the expensive jewelry stores, the entrance to the expensive jewelry stores, bars at closing time. They start watching.
So they kind of learn everybody's.
Oh well, if they see a fight break out outside the bar,
yeah,
they call the officers. They'll say to the officers in their ear, the guy with the white shirt's the one that started it. The guy with the black shirt is the one that's being assaulted. Oh, I'm telling you, they're all over there. But you know what? It's not a bad idea, really.
No.
Because if you're not doing nothing wrong, you don't care.
Right. I mean, it would, especially, if they had them like that here, which a lot of the cities here do have it. I'm trying to think of like the little towns that's close to me. They may have them maybe on the stop sign or on the traffic lights, but the little town that I'm from literally has 3 traffic lights. Like it's not very big. I don't think they have cameras.
I'm talking in populated areas here.
Yeah.
And then if you've had 1 year experience, you'd be working with somebody beside you that had a lot more experience. So you're constantly learning from them. Oh, these people I'm telling you what, they got this, it's a pain in the ass, people saying, well, our First Amendment rights and they shouldn't be watching us and and whatever they're saying. But you know what? When something happens bad, they're the first ones to cry. Let's look at the cameras.
Exactly. I mean, it could just think of how many lives it could save or keep a kid from getting abducted or hurt worse. Or even if somebody did take the kid, like you've got a video footage of who did it, a car, a plate,
Yeah,
So
in England, if they saw that happening at Block A, they'll with the cameras because they know the next camera coming up. If they turn left, what camera number it is, or they turn right, what camera number it is. They stay right with them on camera.
Yeah, that's what
So-
it seems like with the the lady that went missing up in Wyoming. I gotta get her name. I always forget it because it's so different. Felina. It seems like because of where the jail is, like I showed you on the map, it's right in town, like downtown. Even though it's not a big, huge place, they should still, like the businesses around it, there should have been cameras to see what way she went when she left the jail or if she left with someone. Like there's got to be camera footage of her somewhere. There can't be every camera in the town not working on the day that she goes missing. Like there's got to be.
Without a power outage, no.
Well, yeah. So,
You know what I mean? Unless they all work off solar, but the main room would still be running off electricity. So
yeah. So that's that's what's weird with that case, just like the Nicola Bully case. There's people around them. The people have given times that they've seen Nicola Bully in the fields. She was walking her dog, or she didn't have the dog on a leash. Like, they give detail of what she was doing and where she was at. But then when she goes missing, there's nobody around. Like, nobody's seen it. And it's the same thing with this Felina Hopkins lady. She's literally in jail, but there's no camera footage of her leaving. Or with this baby, the parents walk out of a hospital in the middle of a city like New Orleans, where there's cameras all over the place, but they can't follow the camera footage to tell what direction they went in. That's crazy. Judy, are you still here? The lady from you're talking about King Scarlet, the lady over in the UK is Nicola Bully, and I'll put her name in chat. Are you talking about the lady from Wyoming? From that park? And then that would be, let me grab my paper here, because her name is Felina Hopkins. That's right. I don't know if she fell asleep. Her thing was making like a weird noise, though.
Who fell asleep?
Oh, we thought you might have fell asleep.
No, what I did is that I reduced the screen and I was trying to look on Netflix for that show I was telling you about.
Oh, okay.
And it started skipping, so I just got out of the whole thing and came back here. So that's probably what you heard.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was making like a weird noise.
Yeah, I was going down a rabbit hole, but it wouldn't let me.
Let's see, is it New Orleans, a really busy place with all those people and everybody walking? Yeah, Happy Cactus. It's a busy place. Like, all the streets are usually, people walking up and down, cars. I don't know exactly where the children's hospital is down there, but I'm sure it's going to be probably close to downtown in that area. So there's cameras all over the place on buildings, people's, houses down there, street lights, traffic lights. Like, they're all over. They could have seen, if they know what the people are driving, they could have gotten a general direction of what way they were going. Let's see, I know you like other cases, Scarlett. You ever looked into Baby Dior? No, I haven't had. I've heard of Baby Dior, but I've never looked into it, and I haven't looked into Brandon Lawson either. Okay, yeah, and I put the link out if anybody wants to grab it. Judy fell down the rabbit hole. She might have hit a button or something and it knocked her off. She'll come back up, I'm sure. I did it again. See, she done hit a button and it knocked her off. All right, Judy, I'm going to put the link back out for you. All right, and if anybody else would like to come up, y'all are more than welcome to. Happy Cactus, that's what doesn't make sense. Like, how are these people going missing in a place where there's cameras all over? Like, how are they? It's almost like they were perfectly positioned into a place where the cameras were not recording them. That's what it seems like, because there should be some type of footage somewhere of these people and what happened to them. Now, Nicola, I could understand if there wasn't as many cameras pointing into the fields where she was at and on that little path. But if she left those fields and went onto the main street, there should have been cameras watching. That's what's crazy.
I think we've all entered the world of crazy this year.
And then they're talking about all these things they've been shooting down, and like I don't know what's going on, y'all.
Yeah, you got any more stories that's worse than what you've got already?
No, really.
Okay, we'll
Seri-
pace ourselves.
Let's see. The SK on Tinder was eventually caught with CCTV, but his first young boy victim was laying dead in apartment. He made no call, so it wasn't investigated. Oh wow. Brandon Lawson is one crazy because he called 911 and it is out there to listen to if you ever got a chance. Okay, Tab, let me write his name down. I'll have to look into him.
Yeah, make sure everybody hits the like button here. Got 150 people in this chat.
Okay, who was it? Brandon Lawson. All right. I would like to get some other missing cases, just to at least, if there ain't a whole lot of information out on them, at least get their
Well,
name
hon,
and their
do you
picture
read your
out.
comments? Do you read your comments after the live?
Nah, usually not. Well, no, my comments, yes. I don't never go back over the live chat, but I do
Okay,
read the
that's what I
comments.
meant. I meant the
Yeah.
live chat. Because quite a while ago, there was somebody in here that typed and asked you if you'd ever heard of a certain case. And I forget the circumstances around it. And I don't remember the name. That's why I wondered if you scroll back and read, or if
I probably wrote the name down. I did write down the other night. I wrote down Nicola Bully, Gretchen Fleming, because I need to get that case up and going too. And then the Madalena Kojikori. And then somebody told me a Natalie Kramer. Well, whenever I looked up Natalie Kramer, it shows that she's been found. So I marked her off my list, but I do have those other ones I need to get, because I need to get information up on each one of them and then do a
you need
video.
to read King Scarlett's news comment.
Just looked up her case. I suspect her partner for Nicole. Oh, wait. Where did you see that, King Scarlett? When did that come out?
I feel like your private secretary here.
Just looked up her case. I suspect her partner. Okay, 7 hours ago. New details emerge. I think I read that one. Let me see if there's a new update, because the UK is 6 hours ahead of me. So it's 7:30 there now in the morning. When did this come out?
Magdalene Kojarkar?
Yeah, Madalena Kojikari.
Okay, I'm glad you did it.
Yeah,
New
that's the
update.
little girl, and that's another crazy one. That little girl, the last footage that they have that she was seen, she was on her bus. She got off her bus. She was actually missing for several, what was it, White Widow Baby, months, several weeks or whatever, before her parents ever reported her missing.
Oh, Jesus.
And the school actually had called the mom about her missing school. So the mom goes to school, reports her to the resource officer as missing, and then claims that she didn't want to report her missing.
I remember that.
Because she didn't want to get into it with her boyfriend. So she didn't report her daughter missing.
I remember that.
And then Gretchen Fleming, I need to get further into that one, and start getting familiar with the names associated. I do know that there is she went to a bar with one person. She ended up leaving that bar with someone else. Went to another bar and then left that bar with somebody else, and that's the person who is a person of interest in that case. So I need to get all the information, because Crime Crazy did do a Facebook group for that one. So I need to get all the information and do some videos on it. Okay, they both know what happened to Madalena. It's only a matter of time before they squeal. Summer Wales thoughts. Tad, honestly, that's a tough one. because of certain people that I followed who was covering summer wells. I'm trying to put this nicely. The person, I'll just go ahead and say it like this. The person that I was following or watching during the summer well stuff, who was covering that case, I don't believe anything they said. I think that every bit of the information that they gave, some of it might have been true. I think over 75% of it, they just talk to hear themselves talk. And that would be a case that I would have to go all the way to the very beginning and get all the information to cover it. Because the person that I was listening to, I've heard cover other cases like Kylie's, and they gave out every bit of wrong information on her case. Like, no, there was nothing that this person gave out that was accurate. And
she's got to have proof of what she's saying, sort of, when she airs it, so she feels as if she's not giving out false information.
Right. And you know, I would rather put out, like, there's nothing wrong with speculating, like we do with Brian.
You can only speculate so long, though.
Right. But there, you know, there's, in Summer's case, and y'all, what's sad about Summer's case is that there are some creators that are in it for the right reason and covering her case. And then there's some that's just turned it into a complete shit show. There's like so much drama attached to it. Wait, I gotta find King Scarlet's. Did she ever say where she found that at?
I want to say she did. Let's see.
Just got something. Okay, so Tara says she just got something about Nicola. So let's see if she answered. Okay, she hasn't said it. Oh, wait. Yeah, breaking news. The key witness only called after 9 days after him telling the police he's seen the two men acting suspicious. Okay, so yeah, I did hear that. But didn't he say, okay, so the guy that told the police about the witnesses, or not about the witnesses, the two suspicious guys, didn't he say that he tried to call police and then they finally called him back or whatever, and it was like 9 days after she went missing before he was able to tell them? But I'm wondering about her partner. And Tara, do you want to come up? I don't know. I'll grab a link for her. Okay. All right. I'll put the link out in case she does. But I was trying to see if King Scarlet has said where she saw her information from.
Well, King Scarlet is usually got the receipts too, so we'll see.
Oh, wait, is it on TikTok? Is that what it's where she's seen it at? It's just sure. TikTok assumptions, not fact. Okay, I see where she said it now. Okay. Yeah, Tara, if you or King Scarlet, either one, would like to come up, you are more than welcome to. Just trying to see when. I hate whenever they put. Okay, so February the 13th at 5:58. So that would be their time that this was updated, but it doesn't have anything. Let's see. Fresh details have emerged about two men reportedly seen acting suspiciously close to the river in Lancashire where Nicola Bulley disappeared. The witnesses who saw the two men told the Sun that they were carrying fiction rods and were trying to hide their faces. The men who did not want to be named said it was very strange and it made me uneasy. He said that you saw the two men around 7:45 a.m. on the day before Nicola vanished, and the man told the Sun that they could have just been two normal fishermen, but they seemed to want to hide their faces, and which struck me as odd. Describing their behavior as strange, the man told the newspaper he initially thought that they must be poachers. However, when he had heard about Nicholas' disappearance, he decided to report the experience to the police. He said police did not take a statement from him for another 9 days, and he told the Sun it's frustrating. It would have been much better if I had been spoken to straight away as it was fresh in my mind. So that's where I'd seen it at, that he didn't get to talk to him until like 9 days later. Which is crazy. If somebody has information on someone who was missing, like, police need to go talk to him right then.
That's why they made our list.
Right. Let's see. Wouldn't be Tara, honey, if you want to come up, you're more than welcome to. We're not worried about your accent. I'm still looking into her case. I don't have enough info to speak. All right. So let me see if there's anything else in this article. I don't think it is. So they put a large poster with a photograph of Miss Bully. It's been attached to the railings of the bridge. It also comes as a search for Miss Bully 45, a mortgage advisor from Inkskip. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Has entered its 17th day, and the Lancashire police are continuing to trawl the River Wire towards the Sea of Macambay. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right either. Working on the hypothesis that Miss Bully could have fallen in. So the search
Well,
has
how
been
about you work on the hypothesis that she didn't fall in?
Yeah, I don't think she did. I honestly think that somebody possibly took her. She really doesn't seem like the type, which I know that there's women out there that don't look like the type that would do this, but do it anyway. But she doesn't really strike me as the type that, like, I'm not getting that vibe from her that she would just leave her kids either. It seems more like an abduction is what it seems like.
Yeah, yeah.
As you know how you get certain vibes from certain cases?
Yeah, the kid thing is touchy.
Right. It just, I don't get that vibe though. I could be completely wrong though. Like, but just my opinion, it just, I don't get that. I think it's weird that the friend went with her partner. I do think that's super weird. I just don't think that she would have left her kids. I don't get that.
Tad Russell said,
tons of info, Scarlett, if you just type in Brandon Lawson in YouTube. Okay, thank you, Tad. I got his name wrote down. Let's see, let me put in to search YouTube. Oh my gosh, I can't even spell YouTube, y'all. Okay, so I'll have to look into him.
Boy, we're making you take notes tonight, huh?
Oh yeah, if I don't take notes, it's not a normal night.
No, but I'm saying their things are flying at you.
Right. I'm constantly writing a note down about something. What about the father of the kids? Happy Cactus, the father, that's her partner. They're just not married, so that's why they're calling him her partner. But he is the father of the two little girls. Okay, was there a custody issue, anything? No, I don't think there was any type of custody issue either.
I think we all should move to Scotland and buy some sheep or alpaca or whatever it is and just start spinning wool and knitting.
I would love to go to Ireland. I don't know. Scotland would be cool too, but y'all would have to get me on a plane first.
You've never been on a plane?
No, I've never flown. Never.
So because you've never flown, when the plane takes off and heads up, you will feel like, oh my God, what the hell's going on? And when you land, you're going to kind of feel the first time that your legs should be going like Flintstones.
Mm-hmm.
To help slow it down, which is kind of a funny reaction. And then when It lands great. They usually clap and everybody gets off. And that was your experience. And you got there in 2 hours instead of 2 days.
I don't know. I'm still trying to work up the courage to get on a plane to go to Australia.
Well, and just don't get on. If you've never been on a plane, don't book yourself on a small one.
Oh no!
Those are-
If I'm gonna ever get on one, I'm gonna make it worth my while, and I'm just gonna jump all in head first, and I'm going on like the longest trip ever on the biggest plane that I can possibly get on, which would more than likely be Ireland. I would love to go to the UK also,
Make sure
uh,
you go first class.
or Australia. Like I'm just gonna go on the other side of the world the first time I ever get on a plane. Can we just drive? White little baby. I wish we could. I would much rather, honestly, drive for a month on a trip than I would to fly and it only take a few hours.
You know what? You're going to be so embarrassed when you finally get on a plane and realize that your fear was founded, but now you're okay.
I don't know. I just don't like being in close quarters with a bunch of people that I don't know and I don't know what their minds are thinking.
So go first class. You get a lot bigger place and more enjoyable ride, especially if you're going to be flying for 5 to 8 hours.
Well, see, there's another problem. I can't control the airplane either.
No, you can't.
See, if I'm driving, I control the vehicle.
Listen.
I can't control the plane. I'm pretty sure I could figure it out.
Well, go get a pilot's license and then go on your first plane. I don't care, but you cannot pilot the plane.
I'll eventually take a trip somewhere.
You got to give up the control for a couple hours out of your life.
That'd be hard.
Well, yeah, it would be hard, but hell, you're going to get there someplace that you'd never be able to see other than that, you know.
I would like to go though to Australia because I would like to go visit, like, you know, Crime Crazy and all the people from Australia that come in the chat. I would love to go over there and visit all of them. And, you know,
see my concerns are critters.
Oh,
I love to travel like that, but the furthest I've ever been is Germany. But the critters.
The only thing I would have a problem with would be the snakes over there.
Well, you're from a state that's a critter state.
Yeah, everything else don't bother me. It would just be the snakes. I don't like them.
All right, then you fit right in. Then I would be having nitro attacks. You know what I mean? I would need to make sure that there was a good heart surgeon everywhere we went.
Yeah, nothing else. I'm not scared of spiders or anything. And plus, I would like to go see the koalas and the kangaroo, and I need to go see Crime Crazy's camels. I forgot what Berg, I think is his name.
Crime Crazy has a camel?
Well, her son. It's your son's, right? Crime Crazy. He's got 3 of them.
Oh my God.
So yeah.
Now that would be interesting to see. Yes.
So yeah, I want to go see Berg, Aladdin, and Mo. See, me and Berg, he looks like a cool camel to hang out with.
So go.
I am one day.
Not one day. Book it.
It takes money to get there.
Well, yeah, but if you book it way ahead of time, then it'll be cheaper.
Yeah, I would do it probably way in advance. See, what I need to do is I need to find me a house in Australia and just go to Australia when it's cold here.
Okay, we all have dreams.
Us 3 together is going to be dangerous. We really need to do it though, because I really do want to go see the animals over there. You know, get to see another country, because honestly, I've never been out of the U.S. So it would be cool, and then go hang out with Berg too.
So just so you know, so you don't get excited, before you book it, apply for a passport.
Yeah, I know. I got to do that too.
I mean, look at all the cruises you're missing out on.
Oh, I'm not. No.
You're not. No, what?
I'm not going on a cruise.
Why?
Because what if something happens in the middle of the ocean?
What if nothing happens in the middle of the ocean?
Well, I'll never find out. I'd rather fly and get there quicker than I would take a boat.
Well,
I'm
we got her. We
complicated.
got her one step closer to flying now.
I'm
We
a
scared
very,
her with a boat.
I'm a very complicated person.
I
No,
guess so.
boats don't scare me. Like I love being on the water. It's just a big boat in the middle of the ocean. Wouldn't do it. But there is a place in the Bahamas that has a swing that's in the ocean.
I'd
And you have,
rather be in a big boat in a big ocean than in a small boat in a big ocean.
oh no, I wouldn't be crazy enough to get in a small boat in the ocean. No. But I do
Knowing
love the
you, you
beach.
take out a fishing rod.
I do love the beach. Like I said, there is a place in the Bahamas that has a swing that's out in the water that you have to take a boat to get to. And I would love to go just swing in the middle of the ocean on a
You
sandbar.
can't. You got to get on a boat.
Well, yeah, you can take a boat from Miami out to the Bahamas. It's not very far. I'm not going way out where you don't see land anywhere. Not happening.
Okay. However, whatever works for you.
But I will eventually get on a plane. 'Cause
Yeah.
I would like to go to Ireland. Like my dad's side of the family's from over there.
Well, whatever you do, remember this piece of advice from old grandma.
Mhm.
When you get to Ireland and you find the Blarney Stone, don't kiss it.
Oh, that's the one where you have to sit, you like flip upside down and you kiss it or whatever.
Don't kiss it at all, because the rumor is
Oh,
that
everybody else has kissed that thing.
no, you're not, because the natives there, or whatever you call them, they'll go over there. They've been drinking and piss on it because they know Americans are going to come and kiss it.
Yeah, but I wouldn't kiss it anyway. And yes,
Okay, well, neither would I.
Crime Crazy, yes, I will go surfing with you. I would like to do that. I got a lot of stuff to do if I go to Australia, y'all. Got to go surfing with Crime Crazy. Got to go hang out with Berg. Got to go check out the kangaroos and the koalas and go see everybody. I have a lot of stuff to do once I get over there.
Well, you go. Just bring your laptop with you so you can.
Yeah, I would still go
Put out
live while I was over there.
Put out a couple lives.
Yep.
The antics of.
See, I have to take White Widow Baby with me. So it would be the three of us. And Troll. Troll would have to go with me too.
You better write this down on the list because it's increasing by the second.
And I just go hang out with everybody while we were over there. Oh,
Well,
the Irvin, yes, where Steve Irvin.
Send
whole
my
zoo.
regard.
I would love to go to the zoo out there. That would be really cool. Let's see, but only go on the Gulf side. How far are you from their zoo, Crime Crazy? That would be really cool to go check out too.
Well, don't go getting Crime Crazy all worked up and excited if you're not going to go.
Oh, it's only a 5-minute walk from her. Okay, so it's like literally just down the road. Now, I'm going to eventually go because there's a lot of things I'd like to see over there, but I would like to go to Ireland and I would like to go to I'd like to go see London too. I think that'd be a really cool place to go to. Tad said me and you, Judy, go together like peanut butter and jelly. I can hear the animals.
Well, I try to play off of her and play devil's advocate with her, whether I agree with her or not. It keeps the show going.
Oh yeah, it makes it interesting. Oh wow, White Widow Baby said last time she went to the zoo, she didn't have a good experience. Did y'all hear about the guy who went to the Dallas Zoo and took the monkeys out of the cage? And
no, is this a joke?
No, this happened recently at the Dallas Zoo. There was like several different things that they had noticed that had started happening. Like some of the cages were being bothered and tampered with, and I forgot what the kind of monkeys they were, but they're not very big. And these two monkeys go missing from the Dallas Zoo. And kind of find out this boy had broken into the place where they were at in their pen or whatever, and took the 2 monkeys. And how he got these 2 monkeys out of the zoo without them eating him up, I don't know. But and took them to an abandoned house and put them in a cage there, and said that he's in jail now. But he did say that if they let him out of jail, that he will go back and take more animals, because he doesn't like them being at the zoo. He in his mind, he thought he was helping the animals. There was a snow leopard, like Tad said, that they found it on the grounds of the zoo. And then there was a it's like a buzzard. I don't know if it was a buzzard, but it was a big bird like that they found dead in its enclosement too. And they don't know if he had anything to do with that or what. But yeah, this dude was like cutting fences and trying to get animals out and all that, and got the 2 monkeys out.
You know, really, we've got more things in this world to solve than you were. I mean, not you, but this I'm thinking in the mind of the child or the kid. Okay, there's more problems in this world you could have worked on that you didn't have to go for those monkeys. Come on,
right? And I just don't see how, like, he didn't. And somebody even said that about the leopard, like the leopard didn't attack him. But I guess maybe because they're so used to people that they didn't attack him. But I don't understand how he got these 2 monkeys.
Well, I'll tell you right now, the fact that the leopard didn't take a hunk right out of him is, he's a lucky man.
Yeah, but they did find the leopard on the grounds of the zoo, and so hopefully they don't let him back out, because he did tell the courts, if you let me out, I'll go back and do it again. A vulture, that's it. I couldn't think of the word, Tree Baby. Thank you.
They must be coming up. They'll run a fundraiser and come up with a different kind of lock.
Something, because like he had cut, it was the leopard's fence. They found it cut.
And put alarms on these fences.
Something, because I mean, like, I don't know what he was feeding those monkeys, but like monkeys have special diets. You can't just go steal one and think you're going to be able to take care of them if you don't have the proper food to take care of them.
Well, the whole point is kid, we got homeless people living on the street corners. Go help them.
Right.
Jeez. Yeah. I mean, not to say, it would be different if the animals were getting abused, but they're not getting abused. No. And if they're not, it's none of his business what's going on over there.
Yep.
So go help somebody that is getting abused or needs a fresh pair of socks or some clean underwear. God darn it.
Yeah, there's people that need help in this world. People just take them and buy them something to eat. You know, there's people in this world that would be very grateful just for food.
And he wouldn't be faced with charges either.
Exactly. Hey, Callie Dime, how are you? Can't say I never wanted to do the same. Maybe not with the leopard, but I'm not a fan of zoos. I've been when I was little. I haven't been since I've been older. I just don't. I don't know. I would like to go to the Irwin Zoo. I would like to go there, and just meet the people, But I don't know. I ain't never been a big zoo fan either. I would like to go to an aquarium. That would be really cool. See all the different sea animals, but
see, I would be more afraid going to an aquarium that the glass would break and I'd be standing on the other side of it than I am to get on an airplane and fly.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the glass is reinforced.
I'm pretty sure the plane is too.
I don't know. That's 30,000 feet in the air, though.
But what a way to go.
I don't want to go like that.
But you're not going to suffer.
For 30,000 feet, I will.
You won't know what hit you.
So there's an aquarium. I see. I got to add that to my Australia trip. We got to do the aquarium too.
Better write it down.
I'm gonna have a lot to do whenever I'm like. There's a lot of things that I would love to do over there.
Well, first we got to get you
Yeah,
on a
I got to get
plane.
there. I got to get there first. And Sybil's gonna break out in the song "Free Falling."
We might have to take a big donation so Sybil will come over and get you.
Well, I would like for her to come over and to the States and visit all of us. I think that would be
Well, then
really
do that.
no.
But
I
then
mean,
you
I
won't. But
yeah, I
then you
would.
won't get to see it.
Yeah, I know. I would still like to go over there though, seriously, and just see um, all the different animals without like with the kangaroos because she's always sending me pictures of kangaroos in her yard and all that. I would rather go somewhere like that and see them in their natural habitat than I would to a zoo. Um, hang out
Yeah,
with the
Sharon,
animals.
we're turning into a comedy act.
You two make me laugh. Thanks for Sharon. You're very welcome. Um, oh God, now White Widow baby sing. But seriously though, I would like to go see them in their natural habitat. Then go to a zoo around here and see them, locked up like that. So, and plus it would be more fun. I get to see everybody, hang out with Crime Crazy, go surfing with her.
Go try out the food.
Yes, I have kangaroo nightmares. They're like big angry puffed men.
Yeah, just remember, if you see the kangaroos and they're cute, don't walk up to them unless you're with a
I,
native. And
I know. I've been warned about them.
don't, yeah, if you got a native with you and tells you a certain species is all right, or we can go to this farm and they're all right. Other than that, they don't want to knock you into next week,
Yeah, I know. I've been told. Only thing I would really worry about. Hey, Delene, how are you? The only thing I would really worry about over there, though, would be the snakes. I don't like snakes. And Crime
You and
Crazy.
your snake.
Well, Crime Crazy actually sent a picture the other day to us of a snake shed, the skin that wasn't very far from her house, and that thing was huge, like super long. I don't like
So
snakes at
Crime
all.
Crazy's trying to deter you from going over there, correct?
I don't know. Is that what you're trying to do, Sybil? If we
Because
go,
if I wanted my friend to come visit me and she's afraid of snakes, I'm sure not sending her.
No, it was crazy though, like that thing, because we have snake sheds around here all the time, but like, our snakes aren't as long as that one was, and it was. Uh, it was. I asked her how close it was to her house, and she said it was just not far from it. It was huge, probably. I don't know. What do y'all think?
Maybe it blew out of the zoo, because the zoo's not far away either.
It was probably 5-6 foot long, maybe. Like it was huge. The spiders won't bother me. I'm not scared of them. Any other critter, I'm really not scared of. I just don't like snakes.
I don't like snakes, but those spiders I'd be more afraid of.
Yeah, those don't bother me.
I told you. You go over there, it's pretty, but you got to pay a price. It's Critter City.
Wait, snakes are. Oh, see, now, Sybil, I'm going to have to get a hotel room.
Hotel room?
Yeah, because she's saying snakes are regulars at her place. I'll come visit you while I'm over there, but I'm sleeping in a hotel room.
Well, the fact that they're regulars and she's still alive after all these years, you're going to probably be pretty safe.
I don't know. I just don't do snakes. I don't like them. I don't
Well,
like.
nobody likes them.
I don't like the animal snakes, and I don't like snaky ass people either. I just don't like. I just don't like snakes at all. Show on rifle. Oh well, I mean, I could do that too, but
except for it'd be kind of hard to bring on the plane.
No,
now Sybil's trying to get you kicked off the plane.
Let's see. Do you see? Okay. Wait, Simple Butterfly, you're asking the Aussie people that? Do you see? So Simple Butterfly wants to know if you see koalas in the trees. I don't know. I want to see the koalas, but I don't want to mess with them. Wait, what it 5 or 6 isn't long. That thing was long, must have got lost. Like huge. Okay, so yes, simple butterfly. There is koalas in the trees. I think that would be cool to see, though. Koalas are cute from afar. I would just like to wake up and see the kangaroos out in the yard. That would be cool. Yeah, Happy Cactus. I don't do snakes.
There used to be a show on TV, and I don't remember if it's from Australia or New Zealand, and I know there's a big difference in that. But in one of them, they've got a candy shop that they made a TV show about. So if they wanted to make a hard candy with LLTC in it, they could. They'll make it right in front of you, but it's a big process, and I'm sure it's expensive.
Probably. I don't
But
guess
the
I've ever
candy
seen
shop-
that, though.
The candy shop would be great to visit.
Crime Crazy, do you know where that would be at? Some people always-
I don't know which place it's located. I can't remember.
That would be cool to go to, though. We're gonna have
I
to
can't
bring.
remember.
Oh yes, we would have to bring. We need to bring some Kool-Aid and some cornbread over there. Sybil, she was talking about a candy shop that's over there. She couldn't remember if it's in Australia or in New Zealand, but she said it's a candy shop over there that they can make. Is it like
You know, like that
personalized or
round
specialized?
You know that round Christmas candy you buy around Christmas, and it looks like there might be a picture inside when they slice it? It's just little pieces.
Yes.
It's round.
Uh-huh.
That's what I'm talking about. They make candy like that with business and symbols or cartoons or.
Okay. Crime Crazy said we have candy warehouses. Hey D Stewart, how are you?
Well, you know what? Even if it's not what I was just talking about, that sure sounds awful nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I love me some candy. Let's see. So Crime Crazy Simple Butterfly wants to know if you can show us some animal pics. She'll have to send me some more like recent kangaroo pics, and if she can send me some more pictures of the camels and stuff, I'll show them one night. Let's see, 56 candy shop, a little different, because I did have pictures of Berg, but I don't know what I did with them. What about the hot lifeguards at Bondi Rescue? I haven't even watched Bondi Rescue in like forever.
I haven't either.
I used to watch it every time it would come on, but I don't know if it even comes on still. Okay, well, just if you can get some new ones, you don't have to be in a hurry though with it. I'm crazy, just whenever you get time, because I know y'all got a lot going on. Because I think I deleted all the pictures that you sent to me, also all the kangaroo ones and everything. But Berg, though, he's pretty cool looking dude.
So we've been through all your notes tonight, cases. So
Yes.
We're not eliminating nothing, and we're staying on the path, and we can now shoot the breeze.
I'm through all of my stuff that I had for tonight. I'm gonna go over. There's some stuff that they had sent to me for Felina stuff, but it's like background checks and stuff like that on her husband and everything. I got to go through all them and look at those. But can you bring liquor on an airplane? Don't they have liquor on airplanes?
Why would you bring liquor on an airplane?
I don't know. Wait, what a baby was asking.
Oh, because maybe she's gonna need it.
Oh, she says I have shots to make in I don't know. I don't know if you can bring it. I don't think you can. Isn't there like
No, because they sell it.
but isn't there a restriction on like ounces of stuff that you can bring?
Well,
Like
I'm sure there's a. I'm sure
like
there's
a
a
certain
customs.
size.
I think there's a
Like,
customs thing, and you may have to carry it in your big luggage and not the carry-on. They won't
Okay.
let liquids through at all unless they have the seal on them.
Okay, so
But,
White Widow baby, don't forget we'd had to go through customs.
yeah, you'd want to check with customs before you went there, or you traveled with it, or ask the airlines. They'll tell you. The airlines knows the answer if you call and ask. You know, because you might
Yeah,
book a flight. Yeah, they'll tell you all the information.
I can see it now. We're gonna as soon as we get to the airport in Australia and we start going through customs, I White Widow baby's already gonna have us in trouble.
Yeah, because I got in a big argument with the airline once. I was making mittens for the homeless or whatever. And I was using little 11-inch circular needles. And they told me I couldn't bring a knitting needle on the plane. And I said, these needles can't hurt anybody.
Mm-hmm.
No, can't bring knitting needles. I says, can I bring a crochet hook? They says, yeah. Said, what the hell?
Oh, wow. And
then we got in a big pissing contest because I guess the circular needles weren't allowed on it because it can go around somebody's neck and hurt them if I was a terrorist. And I'm like, an 11-inch one? What's that going to do? And anyway, so I just said to hell with it. Don't bring your knitting, you know?
Mm-hmm.
They don't want things that can be used as a weapon. Yeah, everybody's allowed a pair of nail clippers.
Yeah. I wouldn't bring anything. I'd be so scared that I'd get in trouble. Or just the thought of dealing with customs.
Yeah, don't bring shampoo and stuff like that because it just is someplace if you were a drug person, you could hide stuff. You're better off to buy that stuff when you get to the other side.
Yeah, I mean, shampoo, stuff like that, yeah, I would just do. Okay, so Crime Crazy has sent me some camel pictures, so let me grab them real quick. Why is it taking so long? Maybe Laurel's rules have changed, but the last time I went to Florida, a dude had a huge Ziploc bag of little bottles. I don't know. If I can buy it wherever I'm going, I would just rather buy it. It seems like it would be easier than have to worry about not being able to bring it on a plane or not being able to bring it into the country or whatever. So, put my prosthetic legs up in the storage holder when taking off and landing time because the pilot thought they could become. Oh, wow, B. See you too. Have a good night. Okay. So let's get. Now I don't know which camel is which though. But I just have camel pics if I can get them downloaded. My internet.
You gonna be able to tell them apart?
No.
Well then we'll just say camel suspect number 1 and camel suspect number 2.
I'm sure Crime Crazy will be able to tell me once I bring the picture up which is which. Camel spot. That's another thing about the camel Berg. He's got like the coolest smile.
Smile?
Yeah. You've never seen a camel smile?
No, I guess I'm not as old as I thought I was.
Yeah, hold on. I'm fixing to bring them up. That way y'all can see them. And you'll get to
Smiling
see the
camel.
Yes, they're like super cute. That's why I want to go
Wow.
hang out with Berg because Berg has got like he's always smiling.
Smiling camel.
Okay. Okay, so Crime Crazy, you'll have to tell me once I bring the pictures up which one is which because I have no idea if I can get the damn picture up. Oh my god, it's going so slow. All right. Okay, y'all. We are about to pull the camels up. Okay. Okay, so this is either going to be Aladdin or Berg then, because this isn't. Amy, how are you? Since Mo is the red one. So which one would this one be? Crime Crazy. Okay, so this is Aladdin. Can you see him, Judy?
Yes, camel A.
Okay, so this is Aladdin. Oh, wait, we went the wrong way. So there's Berg. See, ain't he the cutest?
Oh, he's cute,
He's super cute.
but I don't see a smile.
You don't see that camel smiling? See, look at the smile. This would be Mo. She said Mo is the red one.
How many camels she got?
3.
Oh, we got to go A, B, and C then.
So there's this one would be Mo because it's the red one. And then the other 2, I guess they would be considered gray, I guess. But you see the camel smiling? Ain't he cute?
I see a camel's mouth shaped like a smile, but okay, if he's smiling, we'll go with your story.
Okay, now look at Berg. He is like super cute. Me and him, I'm going to have to go over there so me and him can hang out.
Uh-huh.
He's like
Well,
super cute.
I can't ask for a picture of that because you don't show your pictures. But if Crime and Crazy can smudge your face out, I would sure like to see that camel smiling when he sees you.
Okay, I'll get a picture of him whenever I go over there.
Okay.
All right, so then this one would be Aladdin. This laying down. No, these are her son's camels. I just think they're super cute.
What does her son do with them?
I guess just has them for pets.
They don't ride them or anything?
Crime Crazy, do y'all ride, or do they ride them? Or the kids ride them or anything like that? She said no, because she said they're just family pets.
I don't mean you can't ride them.
Oh, yeah. She said the grandbabies ride them, so they had her 2 grandbabies. Crime Crazy's got horses. Oh, see, we got to go horseback riding too.
Here we go.
Yes, I love to ride horses. So that's another thing we got to add to the list. Nashville, how are you? Nashville, these are over in Australia. So I guess they can. I don't know. Crime Crazy, did they have to have permits or anything like that to own them? Because see, I don't know how it would be here in the States.
Oh, now she wants to own a freaking camel.
Oh, Troll wouldn't let me have a camel.
Thank God there's one of you that's got some sanity.
So I'm trying to get him to let me have a baby kangaroo.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna get me a kangaroo, Judy. You just watch.
Oh my God. Why don't you just get a giraffe and get it over with?
I got too many. Oh, I do have a lot of trees they could eat. I
Here
got
we
the
go.
land. I got the land for it.
Oh my God, she's
It's just-
leaving me.
Hey, Chase, how are
I'm
you?
just trying to be your sidekick, hon. I'm not trying to encourage you.
It's just the fact of getting Troll to let me have it. That's not a
Camel
problem.
poop is the best.
It's the best fertilizer. Yes, deal. These are Crime Crazy's son's camels. And somebody said that a camel can recognize your face even after 10 years. Wow. Okay, so let's go back through them. That's the wrong way. So this would be Aladdin. I need to put their names on their pictures. And then there's Berg. And then there's Mo.
They should have had Mo, Curly, and Larry.
And Crime Crazy said their camels do not spit. They are classy.
Oh, Jesus.
Can we do camel racing? I don't know if her son would allow us to do that. White Widow Baby.
This is why White Widow Baby's going to get you in trouble when you get over there. Because she's
That's
going to
why-
be drunk with her bottle of booze she brought on the plane. And when she gets there, she's getting off that plane running.
That's why I'm bringing Troll with me so he can bail us out of jail.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing you include Troll in your endeavors.
Yeah, me and him do everything together.
Of course, because you're afraid of that plane, so you're bringing Troll to hold your hand.
Yeah, that is true. But me and Troll, we got some stories on some stuff
Oh, I believe it.
that we've done.
And I believe you got the receipts, too.
Yes. Jace, no, these are Crime Crazy's son's pet camels. Oh wait, we can have camel races? Exactly, White Little Baby. Like, we didn't get that name for no reason. Let's see. I can see them saying, guess what today is? Yeah, we would for sure have to. We would have to get the camel races would have to be recorded. That would be hilarious.
Uh-oh, did you see Alice Morton's
Just went to get a drink and behold a green tree snake and See, the snake could have had the house right then, Alice.
Oh, I'd have been firing off shots. There wouldn't have been a cupboard left that I didn't mark.
Yeah, don't do snakes. I don't even if they're not poisonous. Like, some people will be like, oh, well, if they're not poisonous, we leave them on our place. No, they come in my yard and I see it. I don't care if it's poisonous or not. It's dead. I don't do snakes at all.
Look at White Widow Baby's already claiming one of the camels.
Oh yeah, she wants Mo.
Oh my God. You guys are crazy.
Chewing it out right now. Yeah, he could have just had the whole house. Like, I would have went and slept in the truck.
Look at Deal for Fitz. What is that?
Camels, green tree snakes. Alice, where do you live at? You don't have to say like the specific place, but like, are you in the States or? She may be in Australia too. Snakes are more scared of us than we. Yeah, okay. Scarlet, get the wee boy that breaks into the zoo and get you a kangaroo. Oh, he's the one that broke into the Dallas Zoo. He's in jail. They probably ain't gonna. They probably ain't gonna let him out.
Starts her comment with she's only going to mention one thing, and she goes into a list.
The only thing I got to worry about here is coyotes and wild bobcats and black widows and wolf spiders. We have coyotes here too. Like, I'll have to one night, if I can get my phone to where y'all can hear them. There's a pack that always goes in front of our house, in the woods across from our house. Every night around the same time in the late afternoon, you can hear them as they're going through. I have to see if I can get.
They never bother your dogs?
Mm-mm. They never bother the dogs. They never bother the cats. But we have like shit tons of rabbits around here. Probably overpopulated with rabbits. But even the cows over in the other field, there's like across the road from my house, it's like a strip of woods, and then on the other side of the strip of woods, there's cow fields, and there's always baby calves and everything. I don't think they've ever bothered the calves, but they always, you can hear them. They're going in they'll run the edge of that field, and then they'll go up. You can hear them all the way up my road, and then later on in the night, you can hear them, and they'll be coming behind my house through the woods, and you'll be able to hear them. But yeah, they've never bothered the dogs. They've never bothered the cats or anything here. Well, we used to have horses here, and they never bothered the horses either.
Well, I'm not calling you a liar, but if had you not said that story, I'd be calling foul.
Yeah,
I
I'll
think
have
you're
to get the next time I hear them, if I have my phone with me, I'll see if I can get a recording of it because they're super loud. And like I said, you can hear them when they start. Once they hit the edge of the woods and start going through the field, you can hear them as they're going down the field, down the road. We have to watch out for moose, bear, mountain lions. Yeah, we don't have anything like that down here. We do have bobcats, but you hardly every now and then you'll catch a bobcat like on a deer cam or something like that.
I'd have more cameras around my house if I lived where you lived.
I mean, we have deer coming in our yard eating because we have a lot of trees that has acorns on them.
Well, I don't care about deer.
Yeah, they'll come up in the yard and eat the acorns and stuff like that. Which the dog that's in the backyard, they know that she's in a specific area where she can't get to them. So her barking don't even bother them. They're already used to her. Let's see.
Well,
and we do have a lot of raccoons here too. Like shit tons of raccoons. We have
raccoons. Don't bother me.
Yeah, we have those. We have possums. What else do we have here? We got squirrels that I've actually got. I need to find my pictures. I actually have some pictures of. I have like 3 different squirrels that stay in my backyard all the time, and they go around and they dig little holes and they bury their acorns all in the backyard. It's funny how you see deer everywhere until hunting season. Yeah, there's a lot behind our house, though, Deal, where we hunt at, and you catch a lot of deer. We have a lot of hogs here too.
But you eat squirrel down there, don't you?
Yeah, we eat squirrel, deer. People down here eat wild hogs. We do have fox here too. You don't hardly see them a lot either, but
I like fox.
Mostly though, like on the deer cameras we have out, you mostly catch the coons, squirrels, deer, and hogs.
Now, have you eaten wild hog?
Yes.
Is it any different than any other hog?
It's leaner, but I mean, I would rather, if I had a choice eating a wild hog or one out of a store, I would go with a wild hog because it's leaner meat.
But does it taste just the same?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it doesn't have. Now, if you get one that's a big boar hog that hasn't been marked, then it's going to have a different taste. But if you get one that's marked, it won't. Wild hogs, especially boars, are very, very stinky. Like they have a really bad smell. Like really bad smell.
Well, I think I'll just buy my ham at the local A&P.
Yeah, I mean, because Charles he's got dogs and shit that he hunts hogs with. No, I've never tried a raccoon. That's one thing I refuse to eat. Yeah, we have so many deer. It's a normal thing to see 10 to 15 of them broad daylight in the front yard just watching cars. Yes, they're horrible. Now, if you catch them when they're young and you mark them, and then they get up older, it's not that bad.
What do you mean if you mark them?
You make them where they can't breed.
Okay.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah, you have to do that when they're young, though.
So you go out in the woods and you catch them and have a vet come in and do that, or what?
No, you don't have a vet do it.
Okie dokie. I got you.
You do it your own self.
Now there's a job I don't want. Feel free to apply for it.
Yeah, me and Charles done a lot of them.
Huh?
Me and Troll have, yeah, you can mark a hog in the woods and let them go.
Why do I see you doing that?
Oh, I've done it a lot. Me and Troll has done everything, honestly. Like I've been hog hunting with him uh several
Cro-
times. My daughter
Alligator or
used
crocodiles or whatever the hell's down here?
we can't do the gators because you have to have a tag for that.
Not anybody can get a tag?
We can't up here because we're above the marsh line. Now there is a guy that's in northern part of Louisiana. I don't know how he got his gator tags, but where we're at now, we can't get gator tags because you have to be below the marsh line to get it, which is South Louisiana. I believe it's anything below the Intercoastal Canal.
Sybil,
Gator meat
Sybil
is
wants me to
good.
go something, and I don't. Trying to get rid of me, or is it a compliment?
You need to go live the farming life. Is like just country life is awesome. Seriously.
Yeah, I'm not living in the farming life. My uncle was a farm. My father was raised on a farm. That's the closest farming I'm going to get.
So Deal said they've had gator and frog legs. I do love frog legs too.
No, I heard a rumor, and you're going to laugh at this. They don't jump in the pan, do they?
Yes. Like you can, yes, because any ones that we've ever ate, we've caught our own self on the river, and whenever you clean them, yeah, you can. Their legs will be twitching. That is true.
Huh?
Yes, from their nerves, it will. You can see their legs jerk. Yes.
So you're saying they'll jump around in the pan?
Ask Stone Gator. She's like down further south than I am. They will do that and see where she's saying. And the gator hunting is where she's from because she's below the marsh line. She's down. Like, have you ever seen the show Swamp People? That's where those people are from. It's around her area.
Yeah.
So they can do all the gator hunting they want down there as long as they have the tags. We can't do it up this far. But yeah, the whole frog leg thing, that is the truth.
Well, see, that would bother me tremendously. Sorry.
But they're really good, though. Seriously, frog legs are really good. And gator meat is good, too.
I'm telling you, if I put something in a frying pan and it jumps around on me, I don't care what it's called. I know it's nerves. I know.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's just the nerves. You can see the nerves twitching. You know how whenever you get, like, you can feel your nerve in your hand twitching? That's all it is. See,
yeah, but when you fry a chicken, it don't jump around in the pan.
Well, it's not going to, like, jump out of the pan, but you can see the nerves in the frog legs. You can see them twitching.
Okay, as long as we're talking. So the rumor is false. They don't jump. They twitch.
Yeah, they don't, like, fly out of your pan or anything like that. And see, Stone Gator said that her cousin Liz was on Swamp People. Liz, what was that lady's last name? I don't forgot her last name. She was one of the main characters.
There was a young lady that got on Swamp People that applied to, she wanted to go hunting with somebody, and she had to prove herself. And this young lady was lit. So if that's her cousin, kudos to her.
No, the Liz lady she had her own boat and her own tags and all that.
Oh, okay. This was a fairly younger girl. I mean, not like a, late teenager or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But her grandfather had taught her how to do it. And she did better than the boys did. And the guy that was going to hire her didn't know that. But he knew the reputation of her grandfather. Well, the first time she got a hold of something and wrangled it, whatever she had to do, and did it just like a man, he's like, damn, this is a young girl.
Right. Is this a show? No, Deal. We're talking about the show where they catch the gators. The show where they catch the fish with their hands, that's noodling. I forgot what the name of that show is, though. There's a lot of those. There's a lot of YouTube videos about noodling, too, though. That's like a big thing up in Oklahoma. Liz became a grandma. Oh, cool.
Why would you want to catch fish with your hands?
I wouldn't. I'm not sticking my hand in a big catfish's mouth because they can twist and break your wrists and everything else. A lot of people do it though, but I'm not sticking my hand in a hole to try to find a fish in a big ass snapping turtle. No.
I'm not. I am just not going to go down that rabbit hole. This is going to get me into some serious trouble. I'm going to let it go. Just breathe.
Like people will literally stick their hands in holes underwater and don't have a clue what's in it. It could be a fish. It could be a turtle. Anything. No.
Just breathe. Well, I don't know, but we really went off subject tonight, didn't we?
Yeah, which is fine because I was done with all my other stuff. I'm probably just going to get off here in a few minutes anyway. It's getting late here.
Troll's been in the room twice listening to what you're saying, just walking out, shaking his head.
I mean, like I said, me and him have done a lot of shit together.
Yeah.
A lot. From fishing. God, we have all kinds of fishing. Hunting, deer hunting, hog hunting.
You like catfish?
Yes. Love catfish.
Never had it.
It's really good.
Never had it, and the only way I would have it, if I was ever going to have it, would be down in Louisiana.
Yes, it is really, it's got to be seasoned right. It's got to be, like, there's, like, this skin, because catfish has skin and not scales.
And there's different breeds. Different.
Yes, there's blue cat, which is what they sell in restaurants. And then there's what we have, mud cat. A lot of people won't eat mud cat. And then there is Opelousas.
That's the one.
Ops. Yeah, ops get really big though.
Well, I don't know. You guys like to cook with a lot of hot spices.
Yes. Like, how else would you eat food?
Without I can't have the hot spices.
No,
so
if you ever,
it makes me want to think, if you can't put a seasoning on it, like I've heard of that, slap your mama. Now, if I got to put a seasoning with a name like that on something you want me to eat for the first time, that's scary.
No, see, with catfish, Troll is
because what are you hiding?
Usually, Troll is the one that cooks the fish. All he puts on his fish, seriously, is salt and pepper, and that's it. Now, Tony Sasseray, I've tried to slap your mama, but I would much rather have the Tony Sasseray. That is, like, that anything that I cook, it goes on except for the fish.
So you can put it on after?
Yes. Yeah, you can put it on after, but the only thing Troll puts on fish is salt and pepper, and that's it. And then he seasons,
that's my kind of man.
Because you also have to put it in meal before you fry it, and then he'll season the meal with salt and pepper, and then he seasons the fish with salt and pepper, but it's not too much on both to make it over salty. It makes it just right, and then
what does catfish taste like compared to other fish?
To me, it tastes better than any other fish, except for brim. Brim is really good.
No, I meant, like, does it taste like haddock? Does it make you think of cod? Does it make you think of
I don't know. I ain't never ate none of that.
Does it make you think of squid? I mean,
I don't know. I just, because the only kind of fish that we've ever ate here, besides tuna fish, is brim, catfish. Wait, the baby. I knew that one was coming. And then bass.
So I guess what you got to do is, us visitors, when we come down and visit you, we got to go to the grocery store, if it's still Piggly Wiggly or whatever, and we got to go buy us a nice piece of cod. So
we do have a Piggly Wiggly here.
Oh, I thought they were all out of business.
No, they were, like, there used to be one when I was really little, and then it closed down forever, and then now they've opened, I don't know, about 2 years ago, I guess they opened up a new one.
I think, where did I see a Piggly Wiggly when my husband was in the military? I went somewhere and they had a Piggly Wiggly.
Yep.
I don't know where it was, but then they said they were getting rid of them. So I didn't know.
Yeah, we got a Piggly Wiggly. We got a Super One. We have a Brookshire's. I'm trying to think what other stores we got. And then we got like the Walmart Supercenters and stuff like
Yeah.
that. Okay, so crappie is the same thing that we call white perch. They're really good too. But some people call them crappie, some call them white perch.
Now I like perch.
Yeah, it's
Perch
really
is
good too.
actually my first choice because up here they go ice fishing for them. You only want to get them certain times of the year up here.
Mm-hmm.
But I like haddock. I like I don't like any skin on it. But I
Yes.
like haddock. I like cod. I like swordfish if it's not dark
Mm-hmm.
and with a lot of black circles on them because that's really strong. I prefer not to do salmon, but it's
Yeah.
been years. You know what I mean? That's why I stay away from it because it's been so many years that I'm afraid if I go to a restaurant, I'm not ordering something that I might like because I don't go to a restaurant often. So when I go, I'm going to order something I do like. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Right. And then we have what is that other kind of fish? Oh shit.
Don't say gar.
No, we do have gar here too. What is
I know
that
you do.
other fish that fuck, what is it called?
Red something?
No, the other fish that we buy from the grocery store sometimes. I can't remember what it's called now, y'all. It's we don't buy the catfish, it's the other fish that we get. Oh yeah, he buys tuna steaks too. Those are really good. I can't remember the name of the other.
Well, it doesn't
Mhm.
matter. If you like it and you're eating it, it's all that matters.
Yes. Blue crab
Oh,
in
somebody
Louisiana.
said,
Oh yes.
Somebody said blue crab in Louisiana is her favorite. Stone
Yeah.
gated.
You can actually get the blue crab for free off the shrimp boats because they'll catch them, and then if you come by the shrimp, they'll give you the crab for free
Why?
because they don't sell them. And that's the best way to get your shrimp is straight off the boat. Crawfish.
See, I don't like eyes looking at me.
Well, what about crawfish? Have you ever had that?
Absolutely not.
Oh my God, crawfish are so good.
Yeah,
See,
but see, the eyes are looking at you.
Oh, you don't pay attention to the eyes. You eat the tail. You don't
No,
eat the
see,
eyes.
when I get a lobster and I cook it at home, I would make my husband take the head off and take the green stuff out. Because I don't want nothing to do with that green stuff.
Yeah, crawfish is really good. And see, you can't just put salt and pepper on crawfish, though. So
It don't matter. I'm not going to put nothing on crawfish.
you got to have crab boil and onions and corn in it and sausage and potatoes and
Oh, yeah, load
all
it right up. Because either way, I'm not eating it.
yes, that you got to. It's all that's good. And
No, I
oysters.
don't
will-
got to do nothing but pay taxes and die. And the
Well,
first
see-
one's optional.
But see, if you come to Louisiana, you would have to. I would pinch the tail off for you, where you couldn't see the eyes. And would you try it then?
Jesus to Jesus. Maybe.
Okay, as long as I got a maybe.
But I sure to hell ain't touching oysters.
I only eat oysters if they're on a half shell.
You can have mine.
That's the only way. I will not eat them any other way. They have to be on a half shell. Oh my God, Joe, I'm so sleepy. It like hit me all of a sudden.
Well, if you want, I will leave, say goodbye, and you can close your show.
Yeah, I think I'm fixing to get off of here.
All right. Bye-bye, everybody. See you another night.
Okay, thank you for coming
Bless
up.
you all.
You too. Y'all talking about all this food? I think I'm hungry. I'm going to have to go eat now. Let's see. Vaughn, have a good night. So, yeah, I'm just going to get off of here so I can go grab something to eat and take a shower. So, thank you all for coming and hanging out with us. If you haven't done so, please hit the subscribe button and the like button on your way out. Raw oysters. I've never tried them with cocktail sauce, but with Louisiana hot sauce, they're really good. So, all right. So I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night, and I will see y'all tomorrow.